Got a full house tonight.
Good evening, everyone. It is April 6th, Monday at 6, 7 o'clock. It's time for the Committee of the Whole meeting. My name is Sharice Hersey. I am your Ward 3 Alderman. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Wu.
Here.
Councilmember Evans.
Here.
Councilmember Hersey.
Here.
Councilmember Jones.
Here.
Councilmember Bishop. Councilmember Wilkin.
Here.
Councilmember Quisenberry.
Here.
Mayor Williams.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, the next thing on the agenda is approval of minutes of previous meeting. Can I get a motion to approve? Are there any, or are there any changes?
There are no minutes
There
for
are
your
no
approval.
minutes. Thank you very much. Additions to the agenda, would anybody like to? Thank you. There are no additions to the agenda. Presentations and public input. I think I'm gonna go with public input first. So is there anyone who would like to address the city council at this moment? Please come forward. State your name and,
Microphone right over here.
yeah, we need to put that up. The standing mic, sir. Sorry.
Trent Shepard's my name. I've been a member of the Historic Preservation Commission for a long time, and we had a lengthy discussion about the Civic Center at our last meeting. I've been in the Civic Center a number of times over the years, and I understood why it was closed down. I don't think the status quo is a good thing. I hope you'll listen to my fellow members when they give a presentation tonight and consider what they have to say. So thanks for your time.
Hello, City Council members. My name is Dennis Roberts. I live in East Urbana, a couple blocks due east of the building. And I've got three things to mention to you tonight.
Speak up a little bit, Dennis.
First of all, it would be the comment just mentioned. The Historic Preservation Commission has strongly discussed and is about to advocate, I think, the adaptive reuse of the current empty Civic Center for a possible consideration for its preservation as the MTD proposes a bus terminal site there at the location. We think adaptive reuse is very smart and the building merits consideration. The second thing I'd like to say is that just last week we had 20 students from Thionville here. It was very wonderful that the mayor had a reception for them here in this building on Friday, or it was Thursday, and we had a pizza party at Cranard Center during Cranard on Court. They've all returned home after having a really excellent time meeting and discovering all the aspects of Urbana and its interesting classworks that in the physics department at the U of I. And the last topic I would like to address is an upcoming meeting of the Plan Commission. At the meeting that's going to be on April 16th, a topic of my interest is on the agenda, and that is the development along the Boneyard Creek. And Andrew Fell is going to present a proposal from DMC Properties who are requesting development along the Creekway along Springfield Avenue. They're seeking a variance in the height in exchange for a portion of the Boneyard Creek pathway along the creek itself to be dedicated to the city. And if this was possible to do, this would be the very first time that a section of the city would be able to control the creek bed along between Main Street and Busey Avenue. But this would be a possibility for the city to actually initiate construction and planning for the missing 1 mile of the Creekway pathway, which originates in Champaign, goes through the university property and should come out in downtown Urbana. So that proposal, if that permission is granted, would be a very important first step in creating a completed pathway along the creek for the public use. So anyways, these are the three things I think are important right now. Please consider them as you hear more about them.
Good,
You can take it off.
pardon?
You can take the mic off if you want to hold
Can
it.
you hear me fine? Awesome. Good evening. My name is Katina Wilcher, and I am a native of Champaign, born and raised, educated in Champaign schools, and went away for undergrad and decided to come back to my fine community. So I'm just hailing from the other side of Wright Street. However, I serve in multiple capacities, not only as a longtime educator. Here, I've done a lot of community work, particularly around community gun violence. I am also a PhD student at the University of Illinois, studying in curriculum and instruction with a specific emphasis on Black and Brown youth around resources and wraparound services. I am also a parent. I have raised, as a single parent, a Black boy and a Black girl in this community. And in addition to that great honor, because it is indeed an honor, I've had the opportunity to serve as one of 2 facilitators for a mom's grief group entitled A Cry for You. I am here to express my unequivocal support of what Mayor Williams and his team are trying to do around creating safe space for our youth in our community. And I say our because despite living across Wright Street, I am often in Urbana, and a lot of my work that I view as ministry unfolds in Urbana as well. And so, again, I am here to unequivocally express support for creating spaces and places that are designed to support our youth, to give them alternatives, because I also speak, as I mentioned earlier, I have some children that I raised here. I not only speak from a professional capacity, but also as someone with lived experience who holds multiple perspectives around youth and the resources and services that we provide them in order to not simply live. We want them to do more than live. We want them to thrive in ways that are meaningful. And we don't get to decide what that looks like. But when we engage in conversations with youth and we amplify the voices of our youth, then we get at the heart of why we are here and why we show up. And so, again, I am here to unequivocally say thank you. Thank you for the vision. That vision is born from ministry. And I want to thank you for your vision around creating the community engagement with the vision to create a community engagement space. Again, another safe space for youth to engage with trusted adults. But also to amplify the voices of our youth. And I think equally critical to that is to begin to break down and dismantle some of the barriers that lie between our youth as well as our law enforcement. Those relationships are critical, and it's when we begin to cultivate and foster those relationships do we begin to tear down some of what separates us. And I do believe firmly and unequivocally that police and community relationships are essential, particularly in the Black community, because it's no secret to anyone here that we are dealing with centuries of distrust and systems that have been built to close some out while supporting and elevating others. And it's time that we begin to break some of those barriers down, dismantle some of those systems that have maintained oppression. And I think this is just one meaningful step in the right direction to begin to move with intentionality around building law enforcement and community relationships. That's all I have to say for this evening, but I am here with others who I talk about lived experience, but their lived experience is from a very different lens and place than even mine, and you'll hear from some of them as well regarding the importance of alternative spaces that are positive for youth, as well as healthy police, law enforcement, and community relationships. Thank you for the vision and the opportunity to speak.
Hello, my name is Bonnie Miller. I'm from Champaign. I am the founder of A Cry for You. Why is there a cry for you? Why do mothers have to deal with gun violence? Why? There's no rhyme or reason why we have to go through this community and cry and suffer and see other mothers going through the same thing. I read the transcripts from the last meeting, and all I noticed was that Mayor Williams is trying to create a new vision. Why can't we listen and try this vision? What else is working? Nothing else is working. All we can do is give it a try. It's not going to kill us, but it might help. So if we can just give this opportunity to give us a chance to let Mayor Williams decide what kind of vision we can do, it will help these mothers. We're tired of having to go to another house to cry with another mother who has lost her child. We're not saying it's going to heal the gun violence, but it's going to at least try to change something. So let's give it a try. I just think that we ought to give Mayor Williams a chance to try. All he said was trust him. I trust you because I see you out there in the community dealing with these kids. And that's all that we're trying to do is build a relationship. That's where the trust comes from. So I don't have but 3 minutes, and I don't have 3 minutes to say, but I'm going to say, give this opportunity to change Urbana. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Denitra Harris. I'm a resident of Urbana. I also am a mother of a child that I lost in Urbana on Philo. Next Saturday will be 6 years for me. I believe change is needed just for a direction of kids who want to try and pave a way to be different from the others that's scraggling or want to be like the last person. I just think we need to give everyone a fair chance on a change. Despite the background, despite the trouble, everyone deserves a second chance. I'm pretty sure everyone here have had a second chance or a third chance to prove that they're somebody and they can change. I just think we need to look into a change. The same things we've been doing hasn't been working. I understand they have a community center down there on Main or off Main Street, but there's limited hours. When I grew up, we had the Don Moyer Boys and Girls Club. It stayed open to 9 for the older teens, which gave them something to do to keep us out the street. That's just what my childhood was. But I see times have changed, but if we can have a trusted adult that they look up to, I'm pretty sure a lot of change can happen. That's it for me.
Good evening. My name is Sean Williams. This thing kind of low. Y'all need to tighten the volume up. I'm from Champaign, but I was originally from Urbana. I went to Urbana High School, went to the military, was in a 7th Special Forces group, got out of that, and came back to my community. I do a lot of different things. Been a part of working with the city of Champaign since I've been back. I owned a barbershop for about 20-some years, and I own a local funeral home here in town. Been a part of several community groups. I started getting involved when Kewan Carrington incident happened, and I started getting involved with the city of Champaign. So we've implemented, since I've been there, I was on the founding group to start Community Coalition. Back then we had CCAP, Walk as One. You probably know the groups, CU Fresh Start. All of those are some of the founding things that we started in think tank groups, right? I'm also a licensed insurance agent, so I've walked the streets of Urbana. I call the streets of Urbana the island. It's the reason why I call it the island. There's nothing out there. East Urbana, nothing out there. It's nothing for young folks to do. It's nothing for older folks to do. You're losing more things than you're gaining. I was really encouraged when we got Chief Boone. Super encouraged that we got Deshaun Williams. I understand. I sat and talked with him, right? One of the things that I made city council members do and the city manager do in the city of Champaign, when somebody passes away or get murdered in your community, you guys are first responders, right? Be at the funeral. Come look the mother in the face. Come look the siblings in the face. Same way I do the young folks when we did the tours over at the coroner's office. Come look at what your work's gonna look like. Because when I showed Deshaun Williams a picture of a young man recently shot in the face, it hits different. It makes your compassion different. You guys have a huge responsibility, and you got to take it to the utmost seriousness. I appreciate Chief Boone because one of the things that he said is track the data. A lot of times when I say something about going to a funeral home tour or going to a city to the coroner's office, people blow it off like it's some scared straight program I think it's great. Most of the kids that we took over there haven't been in trouble again because it's not CI, it's not television, it's the real deal. When he show you data, it's the real deal. Now we can neglect it like other communities. And just like I told some folks that were kind of nonchalant about the things that I deal with on a regular basis, just put more money toward caskets because you're going to need that if you don't address the issues. And we have a more violent community. My mom just passed away on Friday. So we've always given back to our community. She fed over 300 people every birthday on her birthday and will continue her legacy in Urbana. What is your legacy going to look like on council? That's the question. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Angela Urban, also an Urbana resident. I serve on the Historic Preservation Commission, and I have for the past about 5 years. I just also want to echo what my commissioners said here, how important it is to heed what is said, and it's hard to go right after you, sir, I want to say, because, and all those actually who just spoke, because part of what we're speaking here today when my fellow members have a presentation is the importance of a downtown where people feel safe, where there are public spaces that they can come and celebrate together or do different events or activities together, and how important it is to have those kinds of spaces. We also want to thank Mayor Williams. We received a letter from you about a month ago during one of our meetings, and we read that letter thoroughly, and there's so much we agree with. And so when you hear this presentation tonight from my colleagues here, please understand that we are all on the same team, and we all want a safe downtown, a vibrant downtown, one that the community feels is theirs. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to address the Urbana Committee of the Whole? Okie dokie. One more person? Huh? Sweetie, this is just public input. You got something to say, Jane? No, just wanted public input, and now we're going to move on to presentations. Okay, our first presentation tonight will be proclamation for Sexual Assault Awareness Month.
Think we have representation from races. Come on down. Hello there. Your familiar seating thing? All right, so we have a proclamation that I'm going to deliver to you all. All right, so whereas April marks Sexual Assault Awareness Month, also known as SAM, a time to honor 25 years of progress in raising awareness, supporting survivors, and advancing prevention efforts. And whereas this year's theme, 25 Years Strong, Looking Back, Moving Forward, recognizes the resilience of survivors and the collective work of communities committed to ending sexual violence. And whereas for 25 years, SAM has elevated public understanding of sexual assault, abuse, and harassment while inspiring individuals, organizations, and institutions to take action. And whereas prevention begins with each of us through fostering a culture of consent, respect, and care, and by supporting one another in building safe and inclusive environments. And whereas we honor the courage of survivors who have shared their stories and the dedication of advocates who have worked tirelessly to support healing and create change. And whereas research shows that sexual violence remains a pervasive issue affecting individuals across all communities, with many survivors knowing the persons who harmed them, underscoring the importance of awareness, prevention, and community accountability. And whereas disparities in experiences of sexual violence highlight the need for continued inclusive efforts to support those most impacted and to ensure that all people feel safe, valued, and respected. And whereas disparities in experiences of sexual violence highlight the need for continued inclusive efforts to support those most impacted and to ensure that all people feel safe, valued, and respected. And whereas, as we reflect on the progress made, we also recognize the work that lies ahead and renew our commitment to strengthening prevention, supporting survivors, and building a future free from sexual violence. Now, therefore, I, Deshaun Williams, Mayor of the City of Urbana, Illinois, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2026 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month in the City of Urbana, Illinois, and encourage all residents to support survivors, promote education and prevention, and work together to create a safer community for all. Thank you, ladies, for the work that you all are doing. So, thank you.
So much.
Thank you. There you go. Take care.
Okay, next we have a presentation by RACES, that's the Rape Advocacy Counseling and Education Services, overview of services and upcoming events, and that will be Councilmember Wilkin, and I'm assuming former Councilmember Jaya Colasetti, as well as, what's your name, sweetie? Abby. Okay.
Right. Is it close enough? That's always the question. Yeah. Okay. Good evening, council, mayor, city staff. Thank you so much for having us at this beginning of Sexual Assault Awareness Month. We have a few slides that we'll run through and are happy to take any questions. Quickly before we dive in, though, I do want to highlight, especially since we just had the proclamation, that our hotline number is on this first slide. That's a confidential resource that's available 24 hours a day to survivors and supporters, anyone who might need that information, and the number is 217-384-4444. So many of the council members know me. My name is Gio Colasetti. I've got a couple of my Cats Against Catcalling up there too. I'm the executive director at Races, and my pronouns are she, her, and hers.
Hello, everyone. I think I'm close enough. Yes. My name's Abby Littell. I am the Prevention Education Coordinator, Sexual Violence Prevention Education Coordinator at Races. I am originally from Alabama. I attended school at Auburn University. I have my dog Phoebe on here, and my pronouns are she, her, and hers.
So just to kick us off, we want to share with folks that you might not know this, but we are the oldest rape crisis center in the state of Illinois. We are one of the oldest rape crisis centers in the country. Our roots go back to 1971, where we're very proud to be founded by grassroots activists in our community that came together under the name Champaign County Women Against Rape, or CC-WAR. We do serve 4 counties, so all of the services that we're going to discuss tonight are available to folks in Champaign, Ford, Douglas, and Piatt counties. So we do have a wide geographic area.
And those services include prevention and response services related to sexual violence as well as stalking. These services are available for not only survivors, but also their non-offending significant others. So Races utilizes a survivor-centered approach. So that means the survivor is completely in control of what they want to do, and we support them and walk alongside them. All of our services are completely free and confidential.
So a brief note about our confidentiality is that it is actually very unique. Most confidential services, like a mental health provider, it's a qualified privilege. So that means if that provider gets a subpoena, they have to turn that information about a client's records over to a judge to decide whether or not to allow that to be part of any legal action. That's not the case for us. We have absolute privilege, so even if we are subpoenaed, unless there is a waiver on file, nobody gets to see those records. We can quash that subpoena, and that's really important to a lot of our clients who might be wondering, you know, I really need the support, but I'm worried that the person who has harmed me might try to get access to my records. So we can say absolutely not, that would be illegal. We do share also, and this is something that we've had to talk to some of our partners about, that makes it a little bit difficult sometimes to share information with partners. And it is not only something we take seriously for our clients, it is also a misdemeanor if our staff break that confidentiality. So there's a lot of teeth behind that privilege that we have. That being said, we are still mandated reporters, and so that's something we always do make sure to let folks know if that seems like it might be relevant as well.
So just a quick overview of those free and confidential services. We have that crisis hotline that Jaya highlighted at the beginning of this presentation. We have therapy. Our therapists utilize a wide variety of modalities to support the people who are accessing that service. We also provide medical advocacy, legal advocacy, as well as case management, and then public education and training around preventing and responding to sexual violence. So we offer 24/7 crisis intervention services. That manifests in 2 ways. First of all, through our 24-hour crisis hotline, 217-384-4444. And we also accept crisis walk-ins during business hours. Our therapy services are unique as well. Clients who reach out who are 12 and up, 12 through 16 years, may access up to 8 90-minute sessions without guardian consent. Clients who are 11 and younger would still require their guardian consent for counseling services. And then after a survivor is 17 and up, there's no cap on the number of sessions they may attend, and they don't need anybody's consent to access those services either.
Quickly, I'm going to pause here just to reinforce that this is something that the City of Urbana supports, that we are fortunate to be a recipient of a grant to fund some of our therapy services. And what that has meant is even when we've had a wait list for therapy for other community members, we've had no wait list for youth, especially in Urbana, because of that support. And that timely intervention actually is very critical. It can make a huge difference in terms of the healing process. So we're very grateful for that support. Other services, we do also respond to the emergency department 24 hours a day. So that's primarily with Carl, because they have the only sexual assault nurse examiner program in our whole 4-county area that provides treatment and evidence collection. But we also attend those at any time a call comes in. We'll come in, provide emotional support, information, clothing. I think that's something a lot of times people don't realize, that clothing can be taken as part of evidence and otherwise is not provided. So we bring that out for free for folks so they don't have to go home in those paper scrubs that hospitals have. We also make sure that people know what their rights and options are. If someone responds to or goes to the emergency department within 7 days after an assault, it is actually illegal for them to receive a bill for any of that care. And so if they ever do, we can help them navigate that as well. And then we also help connect them with follow-up services if they are interested. I'm not going to go too in-depth because of time about all of our legal advocacy and case management services, but we can provide accompaniment and support for criminal and civil cases. One of the most common requests that we get is assistance with protective orders. There are actually 3 different kinds of protective orders, and each of them has 2 different versions, and they can be a little bit different in each of the counties that we serve. So making sure that people know what paperwork they need, what information the judges will be looking for is something we can help people understand, and we can go to court with them and make sure they have that hand to hold and that emotional support as they're giving their testimony or leading up to their testimony as well. We work closely with our campus partners at the University of Illinois and Parkland College if someone is going through a Title IX case, and we can also provide support in that manner too. And then we do help people access victim assistance programs. So things like if an assault happened in their apartment, making sure they know they can break their lease with no consequences or get their locks changed, and the landlord has to allow that, and the landlord actually has to pay for the locks to be changed if it happened in their apartment. So we can write a letter to make sure that happens and provide that support as well. And then we do help with things like victim assistance or crime victims compensation applications and things like that as well. One of the things that is new for us in terms of our advocacy services just this year, and I do want to give a shout out to the Urbana Police Department for being the first department to schedule a meeting in our whole service area to talk about the fact that we are now allowed to participate in scheduled interviews. Historically, because of our confidentiality, we have not been able to, but our coalition has developed a training that allows us to protect that confidentiality and provide that support, and we're actually scheduled to meet with Deputy Chief Miklick tomorrow to make sure that we have a clear plan for coordination in those situations where survivors want that support.
We also offer public education and training as well. So our prevention education programming, we are across our whole county, mainly in elementary, middle school, high schools. But I do want to highlight that we also offer training for adults. We recently received an award from Darkness to Light, which is a nonprofit in South Carolina, Charleston. They focus on creating prevention education that will empower adults to create safer communities for youth, for their children. And it really makes me think about a lot of what we've already talked about tonight. So with Darkness to Light, we offer the Stewards of Children training, which not only provides adults with the ability to help recognize child sexual abuse, it empowers them to talk about it with other adults and model those healthy behaviors, and it brings attention to something as simple as even architecture and playgrounds, making sure that we're able to keep kids in our line of sight, making sure that we are able to survey what they're doing and making sure that it's safe. All of this programming is age appropriate, evidence informed. Darkness to Light, Stewards of Children actually has received an award as well. So we really encourage people to think about, what do you know about sexual assault? How can you learn more? And how can we all work together to create a safer community? And speaking of Sam, I can't believe it's already April. We have plenty of events coming up this month. Tomorrow is our first day of action for the month. It's Teal Tuesday, so we are encouraging everyone to wear teal to I got tongue-tied, to show support for survivors, raise awareness, and also bring that attention to prevention and how we can take responsibility in our communities. April 18th, our advocacy team is hosting Take Back the Narrative at the IMC. They're going to be offering a art exhibit, resource fair, and variety show.
Point of order, Chair, could we give them 5 more minutes
Second.
or 3?
How many more minutes do you need, Jaya?
2 or 3, yeah.
Okay.
3 would be plenty, thank you.
Well, let's go with 5, just an even number. Is that okay? Do we need to vote on this?
You can just do an informal voice vote, but there's no second.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed? All right, continue, Jaya, thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, so April 18th, we have that Take Back the Narrative event. So art exhibit, resource fair, variety show, building off of Sam's theme, which is moving forward, looking back and moving forward with sexual assault awareness. On April 24th, we're going to be offering Healing Through the Senses. It's going to be hosted by our therapy team. And it's going to be a hands-on event where people are going to be able to explore how senses can help us cope with stress and help us process. So thinking of aromatherapy, sound bathing, etc. And then we're going to be rounding out April with April 29th being our final day of action, which is Denim Day. So we're going to be encouraging everybody to wear jeans, tag us on social media, and really come out to show our community that we are all standing against sexual violence.
So with that, we'd like to say thank you to all of our supporters. It makes it possible for us to serve hundreds of survivors of sexual violence every year and serve thousands of students in our community with age-appropriate prevention education. And we're happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for the presenters? Grace?
Thank you. Thanks so much for the presentation. Good to see you back, Jade. Something for, I guess, city to think about in some of the information that you've shared on the Darkness to Light training and thinking about city staff that might be appropriate from benefiting from a training like that for addressing and identifying some of those needs in call intake, maybe first responders or inspectors. But I don't know if you could tell us just a little more about that training and how it might help in some of those positions or situations.
Yeah, absolutely. So I really encourage it as kind of the first stepping stone to learning about sexual violence and child sexual abuse. So the training starts out with giving live interviews of people who have experienced child sexual abuse themselves and who have already been on their healing journey. So they're able to share what really would have made a difference when they were younger and made a difference in their lives. So the training not only provides an overview of what are the typical signs that abuse may be happening, but it also brings up how can we handle a disclosure if we receive a disclosure from a child? How can we start that conversation if we are noticing that there are some concerning things with that child's behavior or just in general? The next thing it brings up is how to advocate for that change. So whether that is holding other adults to modeling healthy boundaries, for example, making sure we're not alone one-on-one with children when we're educational professionals. And then finally, it does go back to that overall, okay, let's come together as a community and think about how we can make this space as safe as possible. How can we make sure that everybody is able to be seen, they know who to go to if they need help, and overall just have safe people to go to in that area. Jaya, is there anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, I think that's a great overview of the program. I think I'd just share again, like this is a training we offer for free to our community members. We encourage any group of adults to go through this training. Anyone who works with children, has any interactions with children, because part of the way that we make change is by having a community level response. We use the public health approach to sexual violence prevention, which does mean that we're looking at it not just as an individual responsibility, but we're looking at relationships, we're looking at the community level, and we're looking at the societal level, right? What are our policies? How are we addressing sexual violence across the board? rather than just viewing it as an individual concern or problem, because it's not, right? It's not going to change if we don't look at this as a community public health crisis, right? And so that's really part of what this program is designed to do, because many children actually will disclose multiple times to adults in their lives before they're believed. And we want to make sure that people have the tools that they need to be able to recognize kids might not use the language that adults do, right? If they're saying, you know, somebody touched my cookie, okay, well, what does that mean, right? Let's be curious about that. Let's ask a little bit more. Let's make sure we're understanding that that actually could be a disclosure of sexual abuse, right? And so we don't expect that people are just going to feel comfortable or know how to respond. That's where we come in, right? We're partners in this. We want people to have the tools that they need to respond appropriately and to know when to reach out for help, because we're here to support folks who are supporters as well.
Anyone else with questions for races? Okay, well, thank you so much for the information and the event calendar. That's the only thing I want to ask about. The event calendar that you have, do you have any of those printed out where people can pick those up?
I do. I forgot to put them on the back table, but I will do that now. Also, if people go to our website, which is cu-races.org, all of our events are listed, including a couple of fundraisers. We are encouraging people this month to think about giving up a cup of coffee, so $6 for Sexual Assault Awareness Month, or 6 for SAM. So that information is on there, as well as information about our annual event, which is coming up in May. But all of our events are on our social media and website, and I will put up some of the calendars as well.
Thank you,
I do
Jane.
encourage people to come by. I appreciate that Councilmember Evans has come to our open house events before, and that Healing Through the Senses, our office will be open. We want to break down those barriers for people seeking therapy services, because we know it can feel intimidating if you've never seen this space before.
Thank you so much. Okay, our next presentation. Our next presentation will be Human Rights Commission and Civilian Police Review Board, Surveillance Ordinance Input. And if you guys could introduce yourselves and everything so we will know who you are, I would much appreciate it. Thank you. And now just close it. There you go.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Good evening, board or council members. My name is Carla Boyd. I'm the Human Rights and Equity Officer for the City of Urbana. And today I have with me representatives from our Civilian Police Review Board and our Human Rights Commission. We want to thank you for inviting us here to provide statements about the Surveillance Technology Ordinance. I will let the members introduce themselves and provide their statements, and then we would be happy to entertain any questions that you may have.
My name is Ann Panthen, and I am the current chair of the Human Rights Commission. And I just have a short statement about the Surveillance Technology Ordinance. This information intends to formalize the Human Rights Commission stance on participation in the oversight of the surveillance technology usage by the various City of Urbana departments. The Human Rights Commission has concluded, after discussion at 2 of our recent meetings, that the Human Rights Commission does not need to be formally included in the Surveillance Technology Review Ordinance for the following reasons. And the main reason is it's a workload issue for our commission. We generally have between 110 and 150 page report to read every month, digest it, it's a lot. And then show up at the meeting prepared to discuss the various issues that are brought up. Carla walks us through the businesses that have applied to do business with the city. We have to ascertain whether or not they're following the rules that the city puts forward about following those rules. And it's not a small workload, and it does take us quite a bit of time. Additionally, we feel that the cases that might need to be reviewed by the Human Rights Commission within this surveillance technology ordinance would already come to the Human Rights Commission under previously outlined policies. Adding another layer to that would only complicate the issue. So that's our statement from the commission to the council.
And my name is Jane McClintock, and I am here representing the statement of the Civilian Police Review Board. The Civilian Police Review Board has reviewed the draft ordinance number 2024-12-042, an ordinance establishing approval, policy, and reporting requirements for surveillance technology. This level of transparency and reflection would support the board's purpose of providing a systemic means of continuous improvement in police-community interactions. Our board welcomes the opportunity to participate in review as relates to the Urbana Police Department and as defined in the ordinance. We anticipate that the task would be in line with our mandate to anticipate and prevent problems and foster positive police-community relations. Regarding the review of complaints arising from police use of surveillance, the board would review these complaints in the usual capacity as allowed by Chapter 19, Article 3. And I think that's our statement from the board. And certainly, I would encourage you, if you want any more context in the considerations, to view our last meeting.
Mary Alice.
Well, thank you. Thank you for you both coming and representing your commissions tonight. I appreciate that. We had our lawyer, Matt, who went through the different ordinances for CPRB and HRO. And the conclusion that was drawn was that there's kind of two levels within this ordinance that talks about. One is kind of the annual report, the policies, and then the second piece are the complaints, which both of you had talked about. And the conclusion was that the way the HRO and the CPRB ordinance is written, both of your entities would be appropriate if there were complaints. So for the CPRB, it would be if there are complaints against the police with surveillance technology, and for HRO, it would be other departments. So I feel like that's kind of covered based on what the lawyer's synopsis was, and I believe, Ann, that's kind of what you were talking about as well?
Yes, correct.
Okay, all right. So my second question, and Ann, thank you. I had no idea you guys had such a large report to read every time you meet. So
thank Carla for that.
Thank you, Carla. That's a lot of work. But you brought up something that I think is really important for us to consider, which is capacity. And so, Ann, what I'm hearing from you is that just the capacity of what you have already on your plate is enough, right? It's large enough that takes quite a bit of time from your commission to be able to go through. So Carla and Jane, I wanted to talk about the capacity of CPRB. I know that we've had different people who have been on the board, and there's been some movement over the past couple of years. We've had to play catch up with certain things. So I'd love to hear from your perspective where we stand. Are we caught up right now with the tasks that are in front of the CPRB? Any other information that you can provide would be welcome.
Yeah, I think that's a great question because, I've just started on the board, but it seems there hasn't been an annual report in about 5 years. But I think it has been more of an inertia problem than a capacity problem. I think it's just been hard for us to understand, and I'm saying this as a new member, but my impression is that it's been hard to know how to collaborate on a document when we only meet quarterly and in an open meeting, and then we can't talk to more than, as more than 2 people. So I think as we get kind of fine tune that report, it's really only, right now, of course, we had quite a few complaints in 2020, which is where we fell off. But that was going to be a much harder report than a regular annual report, which is, maybe 20, complaints that we're reviewing. So as a very new person, I think it's hard for me to, have a long range. But as I look at the workload, we have quarterly meetings, so it's very small meeting load. And, the report itself seems very manageable to me.
For me, the question of capacity, sorry. For me, the question of capacity is, and I appreciate Jane, she is new to the board, but she has come in and she has done an awesome job with trying to catch us up with the report. She's given us a really good, I would say, skeleton report that other members can help build up. But with us having the quarterly meetings, that is a challenge for us and also with people's time. Many of the members that have been there for a while, they help out in community engagement, community recruitment, on trying to get new members, and they're doing all of that in addition to either working or their other activities that are in their life, and so having to work on a lot of the different activities that are outlined in the ordinance has been a challenge, because it's not just the reporting that's outlined in the ordinance, but there's other things like being a bridge between the community and the police department. And I had some of them outlined here. They also talk about, writing formal findings and conclusions and determinations. And in addition to the report, we haven't had those things completed yet. Also, developing mediation processes and implementation so that we could avoid having probably more complaints, being proactive in prevention and doing some data analysis with recommendations, conducting studies, neighborhood meetings. I would love to see us do neighborhood meetings. There are some wards that are not represented on either of our boards that I would like to go into those wards and actually, either do some recruiting and do some community engagement with those community members. And then community activities. I have some of our members that join me when I do different community activities, but a lot can't, and it's due to just time constraints with, they're a volunteer board, and they have other activities outside of the commission work that they're doing.
Thank you. Chris?
Thank you. Yeah, I share Carla's concern. I noticed in the last meeting, Jane, that you guys were reviewing a TASER review from 2021, and it makes me concerned how far backlog you are. None of the board's fault, but that's one concern. But I still hear you saying, Jane, and correct me if I'm wrong, the board, the Civilian Police Review Board, is willing to review an annual report and review policy only in regards to the surveillance. Of course, you'll take on specific complaints as they occur, but you're still willing, the whole board is willing to review an annual report and a policy.
Yeah, and I think if I paraphrase what we discussed in the meeting, hopefully accurately, people didn't want to write the report. There was some concern. They're like, we're not preparing that report, are we? And no. But, and then I think the hope was that if for some reason the CPRB failed to read the report, that it would still come to council, which is my reading of the, so that's why our statement, we wrote it as, we would welcome the opportunity, which I feel confident that we would be able to do. But if for any reason, there was a capacity issue and the CPRB did not, have the opportunity to review it, I think that it wouldn't gum up the gears of progress. But I think that we, as the statement reflected, I think we feel like it would really further our ability to, do some of that kind of outreach and some of that kind of community relationship building with the community and the police department, because we could be looking at some of, the technologies that, we're hearing from, and, able to, transparency is always, good for building trust. So I think people were definitely willing to review it. There was definitely some trepidation about putting together such a report, but I don't think that's the ask whatsoever. So but it felt like people were more than happy to have the opportunity to read it.
Grace?
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation and your volunteer service for the board. I think the commissions are a really great resource. Incredible that people give up their time to participate in that way. Could you please send us the statements that you read tonight? I don't think we have them in writing, but that would be helpful. Sure. Thank you.
Mary Alice, could you take the chair for a minute?
Sure, I'll take the chair, and the chair recognizes Sharice.
Okay, I have a question for both. How many complaints of surveillance have you had in the past or now regarding surveillance?
I don't believe that I can talk about the content of the complaints. Like in a, unless, but maybe.
I'm not asking for the content, I'm just asking for a number.
Yeah, I would defer to
Percentage.
because I'm new to the board.
I don't believe we've had any for surveillance. There may have been some aspects, like they may have said, well, they didn't do their body camera, but as far as surveillance in the definition, I don't believe we've had any.
Okay, another question I have is, because Councilman Evans brought it up, you were reviewing a TASER report. What I would like to know is that police officer whose TASER you were looking at still on the police force? Do you know? We have so few officers that are TASER registered. That's why I'm asking.
I would have to defer that or at least pause it until I can look back at our notes, because I wasn't prepared to talk about tasers, so I can't tell you which one we watched. I can tell you which one, but not who was in it specifically.
Okay, because I'm just asking because it was a 2021 issue and it's 2026, and we've had quite a bit of turnover and left.
And I think my understanding again is that when we play those videos, they're anonymized, so that I don't think that it's public information who the identity of those officers are.
So you don't even know if that person is even still on the police force, or
I think
who
it's
they
not,
are.
Yeah, we are aware of it, but I think it's not public
It's
information.
not public, but we could give you that information.
Okay, and I guess another question that I have is, in thinking in the future regarding surveillance and so on and so forth, do you anticipate there being many complaints? Because you said you feel like you meet quarterly and even you're doing catch-up still. Two questions, actually. When you are finished gathering your 5 years of of stuff that you have to report on, because we're supposed to get annual, and obviously we haven't. And I know COVID had, that laid a lot out. When do you anticipate the city council getting a copy of your CPRB human relations or /human relations reports regarding these issues?
Oh, that's a good question. We're currently scheduling a working meeting to where we have a draft, and I think that Darcy's supporting us in scheduling a working meeting, and then our next quarterly meeting, which is going to be next month.
Yeah, we're going to be meeting on, our next quarterly meeting will be May 13th. We are in the process of trying to schedule a work meeting, and again, it's getting everybody's schedules together so that people could come in for an additional meeting to be able to work on the report, because we haven't had the time to be able to, or haven't had the time to be able to work on that report. Again, Jane has done a really great job of getting all the pieces put together, but she doesn't have the historical information, and others have some information that they need to incorporate also, and it's getting everybody together to be able to do that, and that's challenging with their various schedules.
Totally understand. And thank you, Jane, for doing what you do.
Yeah. No, I hope we can say we'll get it to you in May, but, you know.
Well,
time will
even
tell.
because what I guess my other inquiry is definitely is like, are you going to break it up into like this year to this year, and you know, instead of trying to give it all at once, is it going to be like from 2020 to or 2019? I don't even remember, and I started on 2019. In 2019, I don't remember seeing a CPRB report then. Mary Alice, you're the only person.
I've never seen one.
Yeah, okay.
I think we had one that was
We
like
did have one.
2017 to 2019. So again, it kind of got
Scott
combined.
did it.
It was Scott Dossett was here,
And Ricardo
but
was here at the time.
Ricardo, and also, but Colin, what was Colin's last name? I can't think of Colin's last name, but he put it together. It was when I first got here. I believe it came out in 2021, 22. And it was comprehensive, and I believe the current one is comprehensive also, because what we're trying to do is to get caught up. So we're encompassing all of that data into one report, but I believe it's broken out
But it's
so that you can you can see the years and what happened in each year. But we wanted to get it all to you so that next year it would be just 1 year, one report.
Okay.
Would
In
you
the
like to
right
chair
year.
back?
Yes, I'd like to chair back. Thank you very much,
I'll
Mary Alice.
relinquish it to you.
Are there any more questions for our presenters? Thank you, ladies. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, we have a presentation from the Urbana Civic Center and the role of the Historic Preservation Commission in city consultative and decision-making processes. And if you could please introduce yourselves too, so that we know your names. Thank you.
There we are. David Hayes, City of Urbana.
And I'm Catherine Holiday, Urbana as well.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Catherine Holiday, City of Urbana.
Okay.
Mayor Williams, members of the City Council, thank you for the opportunity to meet with you this evening and to share our presentation. I'm David Hayes. I'm Vice Chair of the Historic Preservation Commission, and fellow Commission member Kate Holiday is here with. The aim of our presentation is to invite attention to a broad contemporary movement in which communities around the United States are taking stock of their historic architectural assets and finding ways to renovate, retrofit, and reuse those as springboards in urban development. In 2019, the American Institute of Architects identified that as the most important opportunity for architects today. It's not making new buildings, right? In our own community, sustained interest in the Urbana Civic Center has prompted us to share some thoughts about the relationship between historic preservation and development and how we might collaborate in advancing more vibrant, resilient, equitable, and meaningful futures for our city. To that end, we want to start by addressing two myths. First, many people think of historic preservation as freezing the past, and therefore contrary to development. But time can't be frozen, and history is not the same as the past. The past refers to events or conditions that have already occurred and can't be altered. In contrast, history is the way the past is represented, interpreted, and understood. So history is always made in the present. Historic preservation is a form of adaptive reuse in which traces of the past are moved forward in new ways. Said differently, historic preservation is creative and flexible, qualities we expect of all progressive design. Of course, development never takes place in a vacuum. In editing the built environment, agents of development act as historians, interpreting the past by deciding which stories to advance.
So historic preservation is not about freezing a city in amber and never letting it change. Some preservation projects like Altgeld Hall, which we had on the previous slide, do focus on restoring and maintaining a building's spectacular form, but increasingly historic preservation is also creative in unexpected ways. On the screen here is a storage warehouse on the MIT campus, which is an adaptive reuse of a historic storage warehouse that actually involves cutting a lot of new windows into an old building. It involves huge volumetric cuts, taking away big pieces of the walls. It involves adding incredible technological infrastructure. And all of this is done in consultation with the notoriously conservative Historic Preservation Commission of the City of Cambridge, Massachusetts. So they're actually really increasingly flexible and innovative ways of doing preservation today. And the Urbana Historic Preservation Commission is poised to be your partner in this. A second myth is that historic preservation is often portrayed as a roadblock or an impediment to community economic development. This example shows the 10th Street Historic District, an incredibly important freedmen's town showing African-American history in Dallas and in the United States. Despite the protection of a historic district, houses and businesses in the neighborhood continued to be demolished, not because of their landmark status, but because of financial decisions made by the city about where to support reinvestment and where to support community-driven decision-making. Preservation was never the problem here. It is, in fact, now still part of the solution and the only thing that prevented a total loss of this historic neighborhood. The reality is that historic preservation is a valuable tool in city planning and in economic development. Historic buildings link the past to the present, past generations to future generations. Historic landscapes and buildings provide authenticity and link memories to new experiences. Historic buildings are often the most identifiable parts of a city's fabric. And like the Pearl Brewery building at the heart of this major and hugely successful project in San Antonio, they are vital anchors for redevelopment. Historic preservation allows places that people love to become part of these growing communities. In addition to sharing a bit about the culture and position of this current Historic Preservation Commission, we're here today because earlier opportunities to include us in conversations about the city's strategic plan and about the Urbana Civic Center were missed. During the 2025 NEPA and Section 106 review for the Civic Center, the State Historic Preservation Office determined that the building was eligible for the National Register of Historic Places. The city rejected this honor for the building without input from members of the commission. Having learned about this just recently, we're disheartened as we strongly support landmark status for the building. It's a great Urbana building, and I'll just point out one thing. Its architects really cleverly linked the past to the future by quoting the cute little pyramidal cupola cap on the bell tower of the Champaign County Courthouse to the pyramidal forms on the roof of the Civic Center itself. It's a great local building. Historic preservation and adaptive reuse can only be these positive contributing to community identity and economic development if their advocates are at the table while decisions are being made. There's a widespread interest in finding a way to get to both and for the Civic Center, allowing for both a needed transit facility and reuse of the beloved building. And to that end, we would love to set up a time to visit the Civic Center with all of you in person.
Opened to the public on May 3rd, 1970, the Urbana Civic Center is a striking example of mid-century modern public architecture. Recognizing the building's architectural and social significance and its potential to anchor meaningful redevelopment in our community, Joseph Altshuler, a professor of architecture at the University of Illinois, led a design studio in fall 2025 in which students envisioned possible futures for the Civic Center and its site. In their research, the students learned about how the Civic Center served as a vital community resource for almost 5 decades, of offering affordable space for civic groups, social organizations, and private events. Nevertheless, in June 2018, closure of the building was approved by the city, citing deferred maintenance and operating costs that exceeded revenues, and actual closure took place in 2019. Since then, the MTD has expressed interest in acquiring the site for a much-needed downtown bus transfer station. Some have assumed that demolition is required to carry the project forward. But when the students in Professor Altschuler's course visited the Civic Center last fall, they discovered a structure in need of a new roof membrane, but otherwise retaining remarkable integrity. And they recognized a compelling opportunity for adaptive reuse. Going forward, they asked, how might adapting the existing structure enrich a future transit center while preserving the building's history and Urbana's distinctive sense of place? For some, that meant adding structures. So this is a plan developed by two students. These are undergrads. And so you see a lot of new construction there on the right. For others, it meant removing structure. Two students suggested opening the walls to expand the building's capacity as a civic transit center. Two others suggested raising the roof to grow that capacity without expanding the footprint. In all cases, students showcased the potential of the projects to activate the public realm. And collectively, these proposals show how historic preservation and development can move forward together as a progressive form of adaptive reuse. Thinking pragmatically, the students also showed how, given the dimensions of the site, a simple gesture like removing the existing kitchen annex can make possible a line perimeter with multiple lane bus driveways that wrap around a new multi-story civic transit center building, which in turn helps frame a new public plaza adjacent to the Civic Center.
In closing, we're here to express an absolute willingness and desire to be creative problem solvers, collaborators, and futurists who believe in the power of preservation as an essential tool for prosperous, healthy cities. We are happy to be part of that conversation, supporting the voices of the many, many community members who care about our city and the role of preservation in helping it move forward. We thank you for your time and look forward to many conversations in the future.
Thank you.
Okay, I was just going to say questions. Mary Alice, I saw your hand.
I thank you so much for coming and sharing your thoughts about your commission. So I appreciate the emphasis on adaptive reuse. My daughter actually used to live in the Pillsbury Arts in Minneapolis, which was a really cool adaptive reuse and affordable housing for artists. So it just checked a lot of boxes. So I'm quite familiar, at least with that building and other projects. I think one question I had, and you really kind of outlined how we're not necessarily preserving exactly what that historic building is. Could you speak a little bit towards landmark designation? My understanding, which could be incorrect, was if you get a landmark designation, then the exterior of the building can't be changed. Is that incorrect?
That is the super simple way of putting it. But in reality, if you landmark a building, what you have to do is apply for a certificate of appropriateness in order to make changes. And so the example that I showed of the building that had multiple new windows cut, that had the rear wall removed, that building went through a process of applying for a certificate of appropriateness to say, hey, we actually think all of these changes are appropriate so that we can save the building. Part of the argument in contemporary historic preservation is if those changes are needed and allow you to still see the original building, and they allow the preservation of a building in a way that not making those changes would not, that's a part of the argument for a successful certificate of appropriateness. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
It's
no, it totally makes sense. It's another step that you have to take, but it's not necessarily you can't cross that line, basically.
No, there is much more creativity and flexibility in the way that we apply those standards now, certainly than there were 30 years ago.
And to add to that, I can say from many conversations with people at the state level, but also at the National Register, for example, people who are working in historic preservation are full of ideas about how to make things, how to find a new use, a new purpose for something. So the question is, what story are you trying to tell? What really matters in that? It's not about freezing it and then figuring out what the heck to do with this. It's not meant to be a burden at all. It's an opportunity. So I have found in talking talking with people about possibilities, that they're often pushing me to be more, well, you don't need that. You could say, this is what is really interesting. And what about this idea? And what about that idea? What about this next idea? Because they have a vested interest in moving good stories forward.
All right. Yeah, I mean, just from my recollection, I think I'm the only person in this room. No, Vince was there. I think Vince is the one who took me around the first time, but my recollection of that conversation that we had was there were a couple of things. A, yes, the roof. The roof needed to be repaired. The kitchen and the bathrooms needed to be renovated. They were in bad shape. The furniture, and then last but not least, there was an individual who was getting ready to retire. So it was just kind of a culmination of multiple things that kind of led to that decision. But I agree, not everybody in the community was very happy with that decision, and I know that we are kind of missing that community space now. I know that Lincoln Square has kind of stepped up a little bit, but we still don't have kind of the same type of space available for the community. So I'll let others ask a question.
Chris?
Thank you. Yeah, I live just a few blocks from this building, and when I heard that the roof was the problem, I frequently check by peering into the windows for water damage. Does anybody, I mean, you've not been in the building, right? So there's a desperate need for a tour of inside that building. And maybe we'll hear in the next presentation, but I don't believe there's water damage. I mean, whatever the problems are with the roof, it ain't leaking water. But I don't know that. I'm not a professional architect, so I can't really make that claim, but I'm just saying I look at the inside that building and I don't see any damages. I appreciate you and particularly Professor Altschuler's class of, exploring the possibilities and we needed. Time after time after time, I go to events in Champaign on that 4th floor at the Transit Building because we don't have, Lincoln Square is there, but we don't have a more condensed event space. And this could be it. I'm giving a speech and not a question, sorry.
Oh, you done?
I'm done.
Okie dokie. James?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I do appreciate the work of the class and taking a look at that. One question I do have to ask. So the building shut down operations essentially in 2018 and was declared closed in 2019. Why haven't we heard about trying to put it on landmark status for the last 6 years?
So I think there's a couple of reasons for that. I mean, I know from my perspective, I just moved here a couple of years ago, so
we've had
for
the
me
committee the whole time.
That's one.
Why wasn't it like one of the first things they talked about when the building was shuttered?
When the building was closed.
You know there's a risk at some point that it's not going to persist.
So I can't answer that question since I wasn't here. I don't know if my fellow commissioner.
I wasn't on the commission at the time, but I was a community member. That's a great question, actually, and in part because I remember the shock of people to the fact that it was closed. There were events that had been scheduled there that were closed out, and it was a vitally used place. So it's a great question. It isn't an automatic gesture for everything, but there certainly has been recognition that it's a great building. I think right now, one of the things that's kind of motivating is the fact that we didn't know what the condition was like inside. So the fact that students got inside and took some photographs, got to walk around, they were wowed, and their photos are phenomenal. So to see that it's actually intact was heartening. I think also, part of my sense of motivation at this point is I've lived here for 25 years and I really love Urbana. I've chosen to stay here. And it's hard for me to see something with this kind of potential to serve the community in this way be sacrificed because of a sense of you have to destroy something in order to make progress, right? That's this outmoded way.
But
It's just so rich in potential.
Yeah,
But
no, I agree with that.
But yeah, I don't-
We have some great preserved buildings because of that in our community. You talked about the waiver or the thing that you can do to make changes. Those aren't guaranteed, right? You can end up in a place where the things you want to do won't be approved, and yet you can't take the building down and do something. Once it's in landmark status, as a public entity, we are stuck making it work the way it is, or dependent on one of those waivers being approved, and we can't guarantee that, right?
So the certificate of appropriateness typically comes from the Historic Preservation Commission. So I think that open communication and trust between the building owners and Historic Preservation Commission, that
There's not
there's
a
like.
state group that gets to weigh in on this.
So it depends on the purpose of the project. So this is, a historic preservation policy can be needlessly complex, but if you're dealing with just a local landmark, then it's just a local issue. If you're dealing with the National Register of Historic Places and a tax credit project, then there may be review from the state because you're applying for a tax credit. But if you're not applying for a tax credit for the project, then there probably isn't review by the state. I think this is one of the other things that makes historic preservation kind of like, why would I do that? Because there is an added level of complexity sometimes that comes with it. And I can speculate a little bit to your earlier question about maybe why people didn't jump to landmark this building initially, which is that it's a recent building, it's a modern building. And we actually don't have any historic landmarks in Urbana that are modern buildings. Most of our landmarks are late 19th century, early 20th century, and we haven't started to landmark our mid-century modern architecture because it's just getting to be old enough for us to do that landmarking process, because buildings have to be 50 years old.
So I do know, having been on the library board, a great historic building that is governed by these rules. That library block, there's a building on the southwest corner of that library block that used to be a gas station. And when the library board started talking about the picture of what that would look like, and there was a discussion of whether they would take that building down, it's a gas station from the mid-50s, right? So mid-century modern, right? And so the library didn't choose to go that route. It's still there. In fact, they had identified someone, I believe in Homer, who was going, if they needed to clear that space, unfortunately for parking, somebody was going to truck it to Homer and preserve the building. But the library is a very good example. The other thing that you're asking for when we talk about this is more money. Because if you've been around the library and seen the renovations and expansion that's happened with the library, one of the biggest problems with the library when the old part of the building was renovated was the windows. And it tripled the cost of replacing those windows to preserve the look. And that was required. It was that building, totally justified, required it. But what you're asking, in addition to, should we preserve this building, the other question we have to ask is, can we afford to preserve this building? And that's a significant ask, right?
Yeah, we both probably have things. I want to jump in and say, in some cases, yeah. In some cases, no. Right? So every situation has to be assessed to determine, what would this cost to get across the line. I want to jump back for a second to the question of why did this not come up before? When I started on the Historic Preservation Commission, the approach was significantly more passive. We essentially addressed issues that were brought to us, and if nothing was brought to us, the meetings were canceled. But under our chair, Angela Urban, who I assume is still here, we have a great group of people, a really wonderful team, and we've made a commitment to being active. So we're here tonight as part of that, right? Saying we really want to collaborate with you on something that we believe ultimately the goal isn't about preservation status. Ultimately, the goal is about saving a great building and putting it to a worthwhile use. And
Yeah, just
the cost.
understand for us, saving a great building, but it's the opportunity to develop services and space for people who need resources connected to transportation
Yeah.
in the center of Urbana. And so if we can't create the resources space with the model that we're looking at or serve the transit options, we got to find another way to do it, because I don't think the city's going to get back into being event planners and running weddings out of a civic center. I just don't think that's gonna happen.
We're in for a win-win. We're hoping for a win-win here because as the students underscored, what they think would be great would be a civic transit center, not just a transit center, but a civic transit center. So the fourth floor isolation, we've got a ground floor situation here that's easy access, that is full of opportunities. So a civic transit center is that sweet spot we're thinking about.
Well, I hope we can find a plan that can do that, but I want to do it in a context that we don't end up tying the city's hands in the long term. Thank you.
So I'd love to make a comment about cost, which is just to reinforce the idea that there's typically assumptions that historic preservation will be a lot more expensive. And I don't think we can know that in this case, because I always say, unless you're looking at a building, you bring a doctor in, you're having a heart attack, but you bring in a gastroenterologist, you might end up okay, but you didn't call the right kind of expert for what was going on. And if you don't have someone look at the Civic Center who actually is someone who specializes in looking at historic buildings and thinking about how they work and what it might take to do adaptive reuse, then you're not going to get the right alignment of skills with the problem that you've tasked someone with. And because the question so far hasn't been, can we reuse this place, then we don't actually have an answer that would give you an accurate budget or what the appropriate interventions are here. So I actually don't think we have information to say, oh, it's going to cost so much more, it's going to do this, it's going to do that. I think in general here in this area of the country, construction is expensive no matter what you do. And that's a reality that we don't have a great workforce, that materials are expensive here. We need to build up our construction workforce. And so any kind of construction project is expensive.
Grace?
Thank you for the presentation and for your work on the commission. I appreciate taking that kind of more proactive approach. So appreciate looking into some of these things. Unfortunate that maybe you haven't been looped in along the way, but just want to say I'm definitely open to learning more and kind of having these conversations. So feel free to keep me and maybe the rest of us in the loop. And if you want to tour it sometime, don't know how we go about that, but please feel free to let me know along the way. Happy to continue the discussion.
Mary Alice?
And so I feel like I kind of sidelined this whole conversation because I was talking about landmark status, and I don't think that you guys are saying we need to reapply for landmark status. I just want to confirm that, because that does have a whole nother kind of set of rules in terms of how you do things. So I know that you were disappointed that it wasn't brought to the Historic Commission, but I feel like today is not necessarily about that landmark status. It's more about how do we use this building potentially to achieve the goals of Urbana and then still maintain some of it. Is that correct?
From my perspective, yeah. I mean, it's landmark status can actually be helpful. We do think that the building merits that. It is in our perspective a great Urbana building. It's worth recognition, but we're not interested in stumbling blocks. We're interested in opportunities.
Yeah.
Right? So
And
if
if
that
I-
makes sense. So the point of the presentation is to make that clear. We really want to collaborate with you. It is part of our charge to play a role, and we really want to do that. And yeah.
Yeah, I think that the reason that landmark status was brought up was that the review process indicated that the State Historic Preservation Office had found the building eligible for the National Register of Historic Places, and that information was not brought to the commission members. And that feels like a piece of the communication loop that took place more than a year ago that the commission wishes it had had at the table, and that all the conversations that have happened in intervening months without the kind of participation of the commission and what landmark status might mean in this case, and how you could write a policy or a landmark nomination that describes what parts of the building were the most important, and that we've kind of lost that opportunity because we're now more than 14, 16 months out from the time that that determination came in from the state. We have a real vested interest in trying to make sure that doesn't happen again. We would love to be included in conversations about whether or not something's eligible for the National Register. And I think the goal for the commission is that we'd love to see as much of this building reused as possible. I can't speak for members of the community who may themselves be quite upset that this process didn't unfold in the way that they would have hoped. So there may be people who are interested in filing landmark nomination. The commission isn't doing that, but certainly there are people who live in the city who really care about the building. So
the last piece I wanted to ask about is the building as it stands, and I don't know if people know this, but that was not the only building, right? It was the beginning. I think, was it an entry? Is it right? And so there were actually other buildings that were envisioned in that same spot, and this was just the entry to those buildings. And do you have any idea in terms of, like, if you could think about approximately the other buildings, does this entry represent 50% or does it 25%? You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to figure out, like, what were the original plans and, like, what was the footprint of those original plans?
So I would, like, just a guesstimate, and, like, don't check my math on this, but, like, about 25%. There was intended to be an auditorium, a theater space, an auditorium, indoor swimming pool, gymnasium. So the idea of the Civic Center was this kind of lobby entertaining space along with recreational spaces that we now have in other places in the community, but there is an intent to gather it all together here.
Could you take the chair for me, please?
Yep, I'll take the chair, and the chair recognizes Sharice.
Okay. I, for one, am very familiar with the Civic Center. I've been to many an event there, and I can actually say that people in my ward were very distraught when it was closed because it was an affordable space for community events, birthday parties, anniversary parties, choir reunions. My brother had his wedding reception there in 1979. So, and he spent $60 to rent the space. Now I'm saying that because $60 is what the problem was. When people would rent the space, it was not, you know, the city didn't offer security, the city didn't offer, you know, any kind of, it was just an affordable space for you to have an event. Too affordable, so much so that you didn't make enough money to maintain the building. And that is a problem. Now I would say that what I want to understand is what the transit, what you call it? Transit use something.
Like a civic,
what is
civic
what
transit.
is envisioned when you say transit? What's it called again? Transit hub. I have it right here somewhere.
Like a civic transit center? You're
Yeah.
saying? Yeah.
Do you anticipate? Because I'm going to say this, folks that I know, you know, the Civic Center, they will be thinking, oh, we can start to rent the Civic Center again, if in fact, but it may cost a whole lot more because of the simple fact that, or even it's not that space anymore. So I just want to know what your vision of that of what that space would be, and what I can see, what the only thing I really could see was a Transit Civic Center or whatever, and I don't know what that means. Transit Civic Center.
We're very conscious of exactly what you're talking about, that there was widespread use because it was affordable. The business model was, as you're also saying, wasn't right.
Yeah.
But we're also not interested in creating, like, or encouraging a costly venue that only some people can afford. It's a civic transit center. So
And I
that means
understand
finding
that.
ways to keep it affordable. That can mean sliding scale. That can mean all sorts of things. We recognize, a number of you mentioned Lincoln Square Mall. I happen to love Lincoln Square Mall. I actually prefer it now rather than having like a big department store there. I think the many ways in which people are using that is really exemplary. If you have a one-of-a-kind business, you want to do something, you're a church group, a civic group, you're latch hooking rugs, go for it. That's incredible. So I think it's worth investing in something that's more affordable like that in order to keep that going. One thing we cut out of our presentation is a list that came from student research about all the types of activities in there, like a monthly exotic fish exchange took place there, right? It's great. That's the heart of our community, right? So the answer is we don't know exactly what this would look like. We don't know exactly what would be where, but we really encourage that the use of that space consistent with how you knew it before, and figuring out a business model for it that works, that makes it affordable for people.
So who's gonna be in charge of that business model?
There are all sorts of public-private collaboratives. I teach in landscape architecture, and I have to say, like Central Park, the city of New York couldn't afford to maintain Central Park. The city of New York currently employs 2 people to take care of Central Park because they're public-private collaboratives that jump in and say, hey, wait, we have a vested interest in this being a great space. The problem then is you get, who's controlling who is in this space, right?
And who will be expected to maintain that space?
Right. And that's a key issue for landscape architecture. So I know about a landscape context in which people are making relationships, they're making deals. You have a commercial stand in one place, the rent for which is making this affordable in the other parts of that space. I mean, you have a lunch spot, something where the income from that is, you have to kind of layer things together responsibly so that the thing can actually carry itself and can allow for exotic fish exchange once a month. Things.
Okay, so I'm still trying to understand. Okay, and where does MTD come in with this?
So I think that's actually the point that we're trying to make is that it appears in all of our experience trying to understand what's been happening with discussions surrounding the building over the past few months, that this project was undertaken with the assumption that this would be a cleared site. And so that all of the conversation about what MTD's transit center on this site would be assumes that it's a tabula rasa, that this building is gone and that the entire site would then be in fair play. What we're really asking is for there to be a reconsideration of that approach and say, hey, actually, can we bring someone in who could help us think creatively about how to incorporate the structure that exists on the site into what the MTD's plan is. No one's asking for MTD to leave. No one is asking for MTD not to make a transit center. We just are asking for a little bit of the kind of creativity and flexibility that really makes for excellent city planning to come to this project as well. And that Professor Altschuler's student brought to the project is like a little bit of inspiration to like say, hey, actually, if we approach this from a different position, which is we want to keep this piece and try to think about how we plan around it, we would love to see that kind of creativity brought to this project by the MTD and the city of Urbana together.
Okay, well, my understanding as well is that MTD had to go through a whole lot of paperwork and a whole lot of studies and a whole lot of everything to even discuss what is going to be in that space, period. And then in drops the Civic Center. We're going to keep it. We're not going to demolish it. And it still comes back to the dollar amount of maintenance and what is going to be done for it.
So that review process that they had to go through was the one that identified that the building was actually historic and eligible for the National Register for Historic Places. And so you wouldn't have to do a new review process if you rethought your plan because you've already evaluated the site. That review process asked to look for any environmental concerns on the site. It asked you to review any possible social concerns about changes to the site. It asks to evaluate, are there any impacts to historic resources on the site? And so that review process has been completed, And then once you find all of those impacts, say if we found a huge amount of, I don't know, lead in the soil, there would need to be a rethinking of the project based on how much lead is in the soil. Because we found a historic resource on the site, maybe there's now an opportunity to rethink what you do because you have a historic resource on the site. That review process is undertaken in order to try to identify any factors that affect the way that you think about how you would pursue this plan going forward.
So you're asking them to incorporate the Civic Center in a reused manner. This is what I'm getting from your presentation. In a reused manner, maybe not necessarily calling it a historic preservation site, but to just use it differently. Is that it?
Well, and to link it, so the civic transit aspect of it recognizes that in the MTD discussions to date so far, they're already thinking about a multi-story building where you could have rentable office spaces, for example. And so they're thinking of that building in terms of income generation. And we're saying, like, let's connect this with that project. I mean, with that kind of logic that says, and we're not asking to hold them apart. So it's not to say these things are disconnected entities, so that it's like MTD has that part of the site, and then here's this problem that hasn't changed. We're not talking about going back to the issue before, which was that it didn't have a good business model. We're saying if there is a business model for this site, there's a great opportunity to fold this into that, and a lot of people can benefit from that.
Okay.
Point of order, do we have a presentation from the MTD after this?
Yeah.
Yep.
Public Works?
Give me back the chair.
I'll give you back the
Okay.
chair. It's all yours, Sharice.
Yes, James, we do.
Okay. Thought we could stop speculating and let.
No, yeah, I'm not trying to speculate. I'm trying to connect. That's what I'm trying to see, that connection between one thing and the other. Definitely not trying to speculate.
Got it.
Okay, are there any more? Thank you for the chair. Are there any other questions regarding their presentation? Well, thank you very much. Okay, next we have the Urbana Civic Center history. This is Public Works and Champaign-Urbana Mass Transit District. So we got Vince and Troy. Is it Troy? And somebody from MTD. Could I get the names, please?
Vince Gustafson, Public Works Director.
Troy Richmond, Public Facilities.
And I'm Ashley McLaughlin, External Affairs Director with MTD.
Okay.
All right, great, thank you. We appreciate the opportunity to continue the conversation this evening about the Urbana Civic Center. I'm here to provide some kind of historical context and some background from the operation, the facility. I'm kind of going to just walk us back through to how we're at the conversation today, at least from the perspective of Public Works and from facilities maintenance, and appreciate MTD joining us up here today to maybe answer some questions from their perspective on the future use of the site. Once again, background built in the 70s. Of course, the Civic Center was missioned to provide a low-cost option for events and meetings in the community. We held weddings, family gatherings, clubs, civic groups. Yes, fish auctions, that was a thing. Occasionally, one time we had a horse in there for Hooves of Hope. Religious, cultural organizations, craft fairs, hobby exhibits. And then we as a city also use it for a lot of city-sponsored functions. Open houses, our public forums, public engagement, public arts venue. We hosted a food truck rally there throughout the many months of the summertime. And then we'd also use the space for departmental meetings and citywide training opportunities. It was staffed by 3 part-time employees, 1 3/4-time employee that did the scheduling and all the engagement with the potential customers, and 2 other part-time employees who did the evening and weekend events. And then it was overseen by the facilities manager, the day-to-day operations, and from 2012 until the closure in 2019, that was myself. So obviously, the Civic Center was dealing with some financial issues at its closure. We were subsidizing a loss of about $40,000 to $50,000 annually. In 2018, revenues were projected at $58,000, and just the operating expenses alone were budgeted at $98,000. Those operating expenses did not include the portion of the salary that covered probably about 30% of my time that was dedicated between facilities maintenance, parking operations, and running the Civic Center. Those operating costs also did not include some of the contractual repairs required to keep the building up and running. That's mowing, pest control, inspections, and unplanned maintenance. I do want to point out, though, one misconception that we were suffering in regards to occupancy, because the revenues were trending upwards. However, those annual revenue increases from uses was far from sufficient to meet the capital expenditures and the increased operational costs. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Troy here to help me speak to some of the deferred maintenance that we're dealing with this.
So actually, when the building closed in 2018, there was estimated $750,000 to $1 million in replacements. A lot of that was just wear and tear. It was deferred maintenance that was never performed. Some of that stuff was a roof replacement. It's a complete tear-off. Misconception of just a membrane is not correct. It's a substrate. There's a whole buildup on a roof that's flat like that, and it does currently leak. So we're patching that as facilities goes in there. We try to keep up on that. It's difficult. It needs a complete restoration, complete tear off, and a complete rework. You've got the little things, the curtains, the water heater, the stove, and the range hood, which is commercial grade for cooking and preparing meals. You've got the sound system that everybody used when they were in there. The lights in there are all still incandescent. There's no LED in that building at all. The replacement of the tables and the chairs just to facilitate the max capacity of guests. There's upgrading the electric service, which is original to the building in the 1960s, hasn't been updated at all. Then there's the periodic deep cleaning that just needs to be done when there's a fish auction. Not going to tell you what that smells like after that, but it's not great. And then there's just general remodeling that needs to be done. The front office area, the little conference space that's up front. As Mary Alice alluded to, the men's and the women's restroom and the kitchen, they all need an upgrade. The maintenance in this has only increased. The costs haven't gone down. They're just going up. In 2018, those were $750,000 to $1 million. Now it's probably even more. Prices have gone up all across the board. Not to mention the 3 HVAC units on the roof that are at end of life. They're well over 15 years and would also need to be added to this replacement list. A few pictures of what's going on in the building. You know, the paint chipping off of the pyramids that are iconic. You've got your original electrical. Some of the brickwork inside is chipped and in need of repair. There's that lovely kitchen we spoke about. Some of the railings outside are in disarray and need to be completely replaced. And then there's that roof, which holds water, and very precociously placed buckets around the building that capture some of what we call the water features at the Civic Center.
So just to, when we were considering the closure, we did do an evaluation of the rental rates, and we determined it would probably take at least a 70% higher increase in rates just to meet the operating costs of the facility, and that would obviously just put us out of our intended mission to keep the Civic Center low-cost meeting space, as well as we'd be pretty much putting us into a competitive pricing mode with other privately owned spaces that were in much better condition. We were already receiving multiple complaints from our customer base about the condition of the facility at that time. So increasing rates just wasn't feasible for us without making some sort of investment back into the facilities. We knew that we were in the process of putting together a request for proposals for a facilities master plan, and we're hoping to use the findings from that to help better guide our decisions. So I'm going to walk through kind of a timeline. I think the key thing to remember is that in 2017, 2018, the city was facing a serious structural budget deficit. The general fund was in a really bad spot, and leadership at that time had to make some very, very difficult decisions. Every department in the city was evaluating services and evaluating programs and bringing thoughts and ideas to the table to leadership to how we could come out the other side of that bad financial spot we were in. We knew that we had, aside from the losses from the operating cost, like we said, the estimate of the $750,000 to $1 million at that time worth of capital money that needed to be invested very soon. So in May 24th of 2018, there was a recommendation provided from Public Works to the mayor and city council that provided two options for the future use of the facility. The first option was to close the building at the end of 2018, save the $40,000 to $50,000 worth of anticipated loss, and then delay the estimated $750,000 to $1 million of immediate needed improvements. We also provided a second option, which means the city would have had to subsidize an additional $40,000 of operating costs and fund $15,000 in minor upgrades just to keep the doors open. We needed to replace the chairs and the furniture. The chairs were literally breaking under guests. The curtains were coming down off the walls. There were some immediate things we had to do just to keep the doors open. In light of the general fund issues, the option one to close the Civic Center was the recommendation provided by staff at that time. We provided a detailed presentation to City Council in May of 2018, outlining a lot of the deficiencies that Troy just spoke to. And we also gave council the opportunity to take a tour of the facility at that time to see the issues in person, to see what we were dealing with there firsthand in regards to trying to keep that building operational. And then follow the memo, the tours, the presentation. The city council did approve the budget in June 18th of 2018 that removed funding for the operation of the Urbana Civic Center. So following the closure early January 2019, we had issued an RFP. We hired a firm. I think I presented to this group on a few times, Cannon Design. We did a thorough facilities condition assessment and space and programming needs for all city facilities, including the Urbana Civic Center, and we found very quickly that we had millions and millions and millions of dollars of deferred maintenance across all city facilities, including our fire stations, City Hall, the lack of storage space. So the recommendation.
Mary Alice.
Can I move that we extend the time by 5 minutes?
Second.
So the master plan ultimately.
Need to do a voice vote. Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
But I do want to ask you, how long do you think you'll take?
I think we can do 5 minutes.
You think 5 minutes? Yeah. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed?
So what I've got here is a screenshot of the facilities condition index from the master plan for the Civic Center that basically outlined over $1.1 million of facilities needs, basically substantiated what Troy and I knew from our just working knowledge of the facility itself. So with that plan and recommendation from the facilities master plan, the cost to rehabilitate exceeded the current replacement value. That gave that recommendation to the city to divest the property. With that, and with knowledge and understanding that it was the city's intent to collaborate with MTD or another potential developer, there was a recommendation brought to council on April 1st, 2024, to fund the demolition of a few sites downtown, including the adult education building. and the Urbana Civic Center using central TIF money in preparation for a potential development. That capital improvement plan was voted and approved in the budget, and the funding still is lined today. So with that, I'm welcome to entertain any questions from us.
Anyone have questions? Okay. I'll start with James this time.
All right, I did have one question. Back when we were closing it, when we were making about 48,000 and spending about 98,000, how utilized was the space? How many days occupied with events
Sure.
versus days?
Our weekend time slots, Fridays and Saturdays, were almost 100% full throughout the entire year. It was very difficult to get a Friday or a Saturday at the Civic Center, and Sundays were periodic. I think at the time we estimated our weekday Monday through Fridays were about 50% capacity for our daytime and evening.
Overall, somewhere around 60, 65%.
I think that's a fair assessment. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mary Alice?
So I'm happy that my memory actually held for that presentation. Thank you very much. I have a couple of questions. The first one is that you were showing central TIF and the demolition. I know that we've already done the school building, which was definitely not a historic building.
Correct.
Do you know out of the SIP how much has been allocated for the demolition of the Civic Center?
I don't know off the top of my head, but we can get back to you on that.
Okay. That would be good because that literally is bulldozing money.
Yes.
Right?
Correct.
Bulldozing money. My other kind of, and maybe this is a comment, but I feel like, I don't feel like we're going to, if we move forward with saving some of the Civic Center, I don't think that how it was is how it will be, right? I don't think anybody is suggesting that we have exactly the same kind of structure that we have open to the public to be able to reserve, et cetera, et cetera. And the reason I bring that up is because I know that at the time, back in 2018, I think you told me the roof was going to cost $350,000. I was like, how is that possible? Now, I'm sure that has gone up since then. But the other amount was allocated for the kitchen, the bathrooms, the curtains, the all that stuff. And it might be that we don't need that stuff. So I want to have an honest conversation about like what is the cost, what is going to be the true cost. And so I will save my comments for later, but I guess since MTD is here, I wanted to ask you where you are in the planning stages. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're waiting for some funding to come through, and did that finally come through? That did not come through. Okay, so.
Oh, sorry. Okay, yes, thank you. So in terms of the planning stages, because the NEPA process, MTD as a federally funded agency is required to go through a full NEPA process like was discussed in the previous presentation before we even consider purchasing property. So just to clarify, MTD does not own this property or the building in any way. We have simply been going through this NEPA process going on about 2 years. So we have not purchased the property. We have not invested in any architectural and engineering work to date. And so we have no plans for the property to date. It is correct that initially we were brought in with the assumption that it would be a blank slate. So because the city had already closed it and it was already slotted for demolition, we didn't consider the building itself. It's not our building, it's not our property. To us, this was a piece of land. And so it has only been recently that we've really considered, thanks to Professor Altschuler and his students, that we've really taken a look at the structure. It wasn't an option for us. It wasn't part of our reality when we entered these discussions with the city. And so to your question about funding, we were in the process of applying for some grant money for the site. But because these questions about preservation have come up in the past couple months, we have put everything on hold as we're not the owners. And you know, we're using public money to do this NEPA review and to do any additional work on the site. And so to us, we have simply paused our planning process so that the city and the commission and whoever else can determine the fate of the site and if there are development opportunities for MTD in the future. So we do not have funding set aside for the site at this time, and there are no plans in place.
Okay, and just to confirm what I heard from the other people in terms of NEFA is there lead here? Is there some environmental concerns? But is that correct? That's the
That's
type
correct.
of, okay,
Yes, it's the National Environmental Policy Act review.
okay, thank you.
James?
I do have another question now that we have our MTD representative here. I'm trying to think about how to ask this. In the conception of what MTD was looking at doing with a transit center in downtown Urbana, did it include a public space similar to City View as a part of what you conceived of as that? And I guess the thing I want to get at is being a landlord for a venue like that going well for you in downtown Champaign?
Sure. So in terms of programming the site, we have been working with several different partners to hopefully partner in this future development if it comes to pass. And that includes public partners primarily. So we've talked with a number of organizations over the past 2 years about potentially joining in this process. The city has participated in those conversations. The school district is a very enthusiastic partner at this time. We've been talking to a couple other entities who couldn't wait as long as it's taken for the NEPA process to transpire, and so they're no longer in the mix. And again, we've just kind of halted our conversations at this time without having security about the future. But for sure, the school district is interested, and the city has expressed some interest in investing in some public space that would be part of this project as well. We're very open to that. In terms of City View, that's our public venue at Illinois Terminal in downtown Champaign. That is a pretty booked site. We do enjoy having that venue. We don't want to administer another public venue, and so it would be on the city to invest in a venue at this new development if that is what happens. But we do find it successful. I mean, we find it often occupied, and it's often utilized by MTD internally, but also by other public partners, and for weddings and all these other events that we've talked about.
So you're not against it being in the plan, but you don't want to run it?
Correct. That is correct.
Thank you.
Yes. I do just want to note, as a transit provider, it is our mandate that we provide safe, effective transit for our passengers first and foremost. And so we are very optimistic about the options that could be possible here with or without the building. I would say there's more risk for us if the entire building is preserved, but as was just presented, adaptive reuse is a very wide range. And so we are very open to talking about adaptive reuse. We can't commit to anything at this time because, again, we don't have plans. We would need to do a public procurement for architectural and engineering services. And transit is an intensive use. We have 7 routes that go through our current downtown transfer point at the parking garage. And we have over 560,000 people getting on and off at that stop alone in downtown Urbana. So there is a lot of volume to consider. And a lot of space needs for that type of use. And so we would require a lot of flexibility in terms of adaptive reuse.
Do you see grants in the transit space specifically targeted towards adaptive reuse?
I have not seen grants that specific. That said, I also haven't seen grants that exclude that possibility.
Okay, thank you.
Grace?
Thanks for the presentation. I was wondering if you could give us an estimate on demolition of the Civic Center. Do we have that?
I do. I'll have to email it too. I just don't have it on the top of my head. I'm sorry.
But it's roughly probably ballpark $1 million-ish?
I would think more around, probably less than $500,000, I think, probably between 400,000 or 500,000 off the top of my head, but I can confirm that.
Thank you, because I'm just thinking about weighing the cost of demolition versus renovation and having an actual building versus spending money to have nothing there versus renovate a building that's already there versus demolition and rebuilding. Not effective for cost or environmental impacts typically. And I'm also wondering, just out loud, can be a rhetorical question, or if anyone wants to field it, feel free, how we can have more transparent and inclusive decisions about city property. From my recollection, even the adult education building, we've been told as council we were going to have conversations about what the RFP even is. Is it for apartments? Is it for market space? Is it for the city selling it? Is the city going to consider keeping ownership? And I don't recall that we've had those conversations yet. Same with the Civic Center and the old jail sites. And, you know, we haven't even made a decision, as I can recall, as a transparent public body of the people of Urbana that we all serve here, on what are we going to do with these spaces. So I'm just wondering how we can have more open, transparent, and inclusive conversations about these really big decisions when we're talking of millions of dollars and decades of impact in the community, and what is really the best choice and what is the input that we maybe even haven't heard yet because we haven't asked everyone. So that's my question. If anyone wants to field it, also no pressure because it's a big question.
Hi there. This is Olivia Jovine. I'm the Director of Community Development. I'm just going to jump in direct response to that question. The RFP for the former academic adult education building site has not been prepared in the absence of an economic development staff. We've put that on hold. Also, the property was actively under demolition and site preparation through this year. So in the absence of a fully staffed economic development team, we've not even begun to engage on that RFP process. When we do that, the council will absolutely be included in those conversations, and I believe there will be opportunities for public participation as well.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Chris.
Lots and lots of questions. Where to start? So let me ask you, Ashley. I mean, is the MTD open-minded now to consider a portion of the Civic Center as part of the design of this? Did I hear you say that?
You did. We are definitely open to that. We actually participated in Professor Altschuler's class with his students, and so we had conversations with him and the students about their work. Again, this wasn't something previously on our radar, but it's something we're open to with hesitation, without knowing what the possibilities are. Again, we haven't engaged because we don't own the site, and we aren't totally clear on the future possibilities if the city continues to want to work with MTD. After this conversation is over, we haven't hired an architecture and engineering firm. So until that happens, we can't commit to anything.
Do you have an estimate? Let's assume we're back at square one. And if that site were cleared, how much federal money was the MTD planning to apply for to build the transit hub?
We do have an estimate from a consultant. We started a grant writing process before this conversation took off, and their estimate was based on a similarly sized transit/public use facility in the Midwest. And so it's a pretty generic construction estimate. And if I remember correctly, it was about $31 million.
And the MTD would have likely qualified? You don't know. I know you don't know, but you were going to go for at least that much, right?
That's what we would apply for.
Okay.
It isn't too common to get a full funding request.
Okay.
That said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did I hear you right? The building is leaking? The roof is leaking right now? Because I haven't seen it, but maybe you have.
That is correct. I'm in that building once a week. My staff is actively pursuing leaks and patching them on just a temporary basis. We can't obviously fix the whole roof, but we are in that building. The building is not in use, but it's not abandoned. So we are keeping an eye on it. We're checking it at least myself once a week, my other staff sometimes twice a week.
Thanks for doing that. Is there any black mold developing?
Not that you can see.
So therefore, we don't know. Is that what
Well,
you're
the
saying,
roof
or-
is a complicated substrate of
is,
a membrane and then a buildup, and that buildup, as we found in our fire stations, the old fire stations, on a thermal scan, we found they were saturated. I suspect the Civic Center is probably very similar for how long it's leaked.
Yeah, we did hire, I think 2016, 17, a roofing specialist company, and they did an assessment of all city facilities' roofs, and they determined there was ponding and there was saturation through that full insulative layer down to the actual deck. When you're standing in the facility, I know unless you're specifically looking for it, but if you look up at the wood on the ceiling, you can actually see the water stains that's on there. We had buckets in events catching water, and I call it conditional leaking. So when the wind's blowing just right on a heavy storm, we were having to put buckets out during events to collect the rainwater. We tried our best to this day still to maintain the integrity of the building and to keep it from flooding, but there's no way around a complete roof all the way down up, as well as the metal structures have been primed and painted. They're primed and painted at least 2 or 3 times in 2004 when I started here. And it continues to peel off. At one time, there was initial substrate primer layer that was bad on it, so those had to be completely replaced with new metal. So that's why the cost between that full, all the way down to the deck, full insulation, interior repair, as well as that kind of unique metal structure framing, that's what really gave us that really high, like $300,000 and $350,000 cost estimates in 2018 to fully secure that roof.
Let's imagine we had $2.5 million to spend on the deferred maintenance. Would that save the building? Or a portion of the building that we wanted to keep?
That would fall within the estimates from the facilities condition assessment. Roof, like I said, with your eyes on it, and the electrical is a huge issue for us. 'Cause it is original. The circuit breakers in the panel box don't exist anymore, so you can't buy them even at local distributors. So any failures in the breakers, we had to completely replace the electrical service in the entire facility, as well as the plumbing. A lot of the plumbing in the men's and the women's room is underground. There are issues with flooding and clogging in the restroom facilities when we were operating, and the only way to properly, adequately fix that is completely gut the bathrooms, fully excavate down and replace the plumbing underneath. So to maintain those, facilities is really almost thoroughly take it all the way down, fully excavate, open everything up and replace fully. Electrical, plumbing, as Troy said, the HVAC, the roof, and those just keep adding up. And then when you look at the architectural, while the visually, absolutely, who can argue with the glass windows? So those are old single pane 1970s. So from a efficiency standpoint, it's a highly inefficient building too. So with the cost of heating and air and that today, just the cost without replacing nice new thermal windows in there, just the operating costs would be very, very high to maintain it without significant investment.
So, okay, so what you just said was it would take a ton of money to restore the building. Is that what?
That was what led us to
raise maybe $3.5 million just to save it. Or
need
you don't
to-
know.
I need to accentuate too that was just one facility of all the facilities in the master plan. We uncovered similar issues across the entire spectrum of the city's portfolio, which led to the renovation of the front here, the storage facility on Public Works, the 2 new fire stations. We're just getting our contract signed for phase 1 of the Public Works renovation, which is including the new roof, which in 2016-17, that was 10 years ago, the recommendation was to replace those roofs then. And it's taken us that long now to get the appropriate amount of funding in the capital replacement improvement fund in amongst all of our projects to even get us to the point where hopefully we'll get the new roof on the Public Works facility. I mean, we're taking on water now with these rains we've had this much, so it just came in the nick of time. So in the context of, we may be able to put $2.8 million towards that, but we still have a very extensive portfolio of projects that we're continuing to work through in the facilities master plan.
Last question, Chair. Are we responsible for knocking down the jail?
That's not our property. It's still
That's right.
county.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Take the chair.
I'll take the chair, and the chair recognizes Sharice.
Magic Vince. Okay. I'm kind of going along the lines of what Chris is saying. Okay. Having had to replace a roof and put siding and sidewalking and everything on my mother's house in the past 4 years, that roof would have to be taken down to the bare bones and totally replaced because you said there's possible black mold.
We didn't suggest that, and we don't know that, but
We
it's
don't know, but the ponding and the moisture and so on and so forth creates those kinds of conditions.
those conditions are yeah, that's what leads into that. Yes.
Okay, I'm just saying that's why I said possible.
Yes, correct. Right.
I didn't say.
But we do know from the roofing company, they did scan, so they have ways of scanning the below that membrane. So there's a deck, there's like the wood deck, and they built up an insulation layer that's supposed to give everything the slope to the drains. The sloping is incorrect. That's why the water ponds. The one
Right.
picture we just lakes that sit there, and eventually they find their ways down in. So we know that we have to do a full, complete, all the way down to the deck, back up, replacement.
So it would have to be down to the bones.
Correct.
Okay, so that's problem number one. Problem number two, plumbing. I've got a little bit of experience and cost with that, with just a house. So the plumbing within the building would have to be replaced, and it's underground, under the foundation?
It's a slab, so it's a concrete slab
Yeah.
building. So yes, all the plumbing from the restrooms and facilities do go underneath the slab and out to the drain. And as I said, we were continually having to call the sewer company in to clean and rod those lines, after large events, because we just weren't getting proper drainage from the restroom facilities, which can cause pretty unsightly situations, of course. So
Okay.
so it's likely to fully rehabilitate wouldn't mean you'd have to take into consideration fully replacing the plumbing. Also, speaking to, there were some conversations about just removing the annex, like the back portion of the building. Just be mindful, that's where the utilities come in. So that's where the electrical distribution comes in. That's where the mechanicals are housed. So if that were to be the scenario, you'd be completely replumbing, completely all new electrical, and a complete new redesign of the mechanicals, HVAC, MEP, plumbing, all of that would have to go along with that.
Okay, and the HVAC, which is heating and air conditioning.
Correct.
Okay, and so the heating and because, and I know we can reimagine how that building would be, but it is an open space, basically. Open space. You said the windows were single pane. I'm assuming those would also have to be replaced with something a little bit thicker?
It would be recommended, yeah. Well, at least
If we don't want to be paying $10,000 a month in heating and air conditioning.
Correct.
How many HVAC systems are there on the roof?
There are 3 large rooftop packaged heating and air and cooling systems. There are two large units. One does the east half. So when you remember how we could put the walls up and divide it in? With the walls up, one unit heats the east half of the large ballroom area. The other large unit heats the west half of the ball area. They're on separate controls. And there's a smaller packaged rooftop that provides heat and cold to the front office, conference room, and then that back annex area we just discussed in the kitchen.
Can you give me an idea of the last time when those HVAC systems were replaced and or maintained? Because I know right now Freon
We maintain those
is
units every year.
Every year?
They get maintenance by our HVAC company that's under contract.
Okay.
We change the filters monthly. We take care of those units and keep them running. They were installed prior to my start at the city of Urbana, which has been 14 years now.
Okay.
So they're at least that old.
They're at least 14 years old, which means the Freon and the charge and everything that's used for those HVAC systems is, what's the word? Gone.
No, that's not correct. We keep
Not
those
gone,
units
but-
running.
But you can't, yeah, but what I'm saying is that you
Purchase
can't
it anymore.
replace it when you get ready to charge it because of the EPA standards now that regarding Freon in your HVAC
That
systems
is our 13 Freon, which is no longer available.
is no longer available. And so that, once again, something that's I had to replace. So that, I'm thinking in terms of having maintenance, a house, and I'm trying to apply the cost of what it is to just simple house
Yeah.
to something like that size. So to kind of answer your question, Chris, I hope I was able to give you an idea of how much that might be. Okay, so my question is, on a historical level, a level of preservation, so on and so forth, could this building be repurposed, even with all of these considerable expenses?
I think structurally, the bones. I mean, I don't have any information to say that they would not be. It's not a structurally sound facility.
Okay.
But to operate as any kind of public venue or space, there's all the considerations we've just discussed. That would be a significant investment to rehabilitate and bring it back, as well as all the exterior components and ADA accessibility in the ramps and all the new modern requirements that come along with rehabilitating a new structure like that. So, I mean, it's just a question of how much money do you have and are you willing to spend?
How much debt we're willing to go into? Okay.
Would you like the chair back?
Yeah, I would.
All
Thank you
right,
very
I'll
much.
relinquish it.
Are there any other questions, Verdale?
A quick question. So you were saying with MTD that you had a school district that wanted a partner and other community groups. Did the district say what kind of partnership they were looking to do or where they wanted to use the building for?
Yes, they want to move their administrative facilities there.
Okay.
That are currently actually in MTD's facilities on University Avenue.
And then you said there's other community groups that wanted to partner as well. I know you don't have to name them, but what were they looking to do?
There were two other that we spoke with most frequently, and they were both service providers in the community, so publicly funded service providers.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any more questions? Okay, thank you, Vince and Troy and Ashley. All right. And that concludes our presentations for tonight. Thank you, Jesus. Okay, and next we have staff reports.
Yes, I just want to take a moment to highlight the Urbana Housing Needs Study. It's currently being conducted in partnership with the Champaign County Regional Planning Commission. We are now at the point of taking public input through a survey. That survey is open from March 30th to April 30th. To take the survey, as well as learn more information about the Urbana Housing Needs Study, we're asking people to please visit www.ccrpc.org/Urbana-housing.
Could you say that one more time? www.
Yes, I'll be happy to. www.ccrpc.org/Urbana-housing. We've also shared press releases in regards to the information through our comms team, and it's being led through our Community Development Services Department, again, in conjunction or being conducted in partnership with the Champaign County Regional Planning Commission.
Thank you very much, Mr. White. Anything else from staff? All right, moving on. New business. New business, we have resolution number 2026-04-1013R, resolution approving the transfer of volume cap in connection with private activity bonding authority, private bond cap allocation, EIEDA Series 2026, and we have community development.
That's correct.
Okay.
So I'm actually going to, if it's all right, speak about the first two resolutions under new business as they are related.
Okay, so we're going to do items 1, 2, and 3?
Items 1 and 2.
Items
3
1
is
and
also
2.
me, but is kind of separate business, so we'll
Oh,
discuss
okay.
that one separately.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, so these first two resolutions are both related to the city's 2026 allocation of its private activity bond cap. Council members may remember going through this in previous years, but just as a bit of background, each year the United States Treasury authorizes a limited amount of tax-exempt private activity bonds to be issued in the country and then in the state of Illinois. The state governor's office then informs municipalities of their proportional share of that amount based on each municipality's population that they can then authorize to be issued for eligible private activities such as affordable housing, economic development, nonprofit construction, and things like that. Municipalities may then cede this bonding authority to other entities with the experience and capacity to handle bond issuance transactions to be used to support those eligible activities. When this happens, the issuer sells the bond to finance an eligible activity, and then the purchaser of that bond is gradually paid back because these bonds are tax exempt. It's lower interest, which makes it nice for things like affordable housing and economic development activities. But just functionally, while we are talking about dollar amounts, keep in mind that functionally it's more like a low interest loan than cash that we're necessarily giving to these organizations. So for 2026, the city has $5,377,185 in bond cap issuance authority available to us. The city has received 2 requests from the Eastern Illinois Economic Development Authority and then one from the Illinois Housing Development Authority to cede a portion of its private activity bond cap. Just as a little bit of background on these two organizations and what they have used these bonds for in the past, the Eastern Illinois Economic Development Authority issues bonds for affordable housing and other economic development activities in a 10-county region of Illinois, which includes Champaign County. In the past, it has invested in affordable housing projects throughout the county, so ceding a portion of our bond cap to this organization would provide a potential resource to future affordable housing developments in the area. And then the Illinois Housing Development Authority uses tax-exempt bonds both to finance new construction of affordable housing in the state of Illinois, as well as to provide mortgage assistance to income-qualifying households in partnership with local lending agencies. It has supported several affordable housing developments in Urbana, including Crystal View, Highland Green, and Steer Place in recent years. And they also provided with some data on their mortgage assistance programs showing that 147 households in Urbana received mortgage assistance through IDA since 2015. In March, CD Commission reviewed these requests and voted to recommend evenly splitting the 2026 bond cap between these two organizations. This would cede $2,688,592.50 in bonding authority to each organization. Happy to answer any questions, but it's a general overview.
Chris?
Do this quick. Thanks, Nick. Do they have projects already identified, specific projects they want to do?
Not to my knowledge, other than the mortgage assistance, which is like a thing that IDA just regularly operates in coordination with local lenders as they have resources available. But other than that, specific projects to be used for these bonds have not been identified.
How many households on the mortgage assistance? Or is that still
So
to be
the
done?
yearly breakdown, I don't have in front of me right now. They did give us numbers for the time span of 2015 through 2025, and they showed that 147 households received mortgage assistance through IDA's.
Yeah, I was
bond
thinking of one
finance program.
year with that. Well,
I don't have those numbers in front
Okay,
of me,
that's
but I
all
can
right,
get them
that's
to you.
Anyone else with questions? Grace?
Thank you for explaining these bonds a little bit. I feel like it makes a little bit more sense every year, so thank you for the explanation. I was wondering if you could refresh our memory how an organization applies for this. Like, say, and these are private companies, right? So if a private developer wants to build affordable housing in Urbana, they apply through the state for these no or low interest bonds. Is that how it works?
So, you know, most developments that are going to happen for something like affordable housing with a budget that's in the millions of dollars, there are going to be a variety of funding sources in the capital stack. So an organization like IDA or the Eastern Illinois Economic Development Authority, I think the way this would usually happen would be a developer would approach one of these entities with a breakdown of what their current capital stack is and where the gap in their development costs are, and then work to see what bond resources are potentially available to contribute to that capital stack.
Is it correct that it's a private developer or private entity that applies through the state for these bonds?
That's correct. As private activity bonds, there are restrictions about use for any kind of public project.
Thank you.
Anyone else asking questions? Mary Alice?
Make a motion?
You may.
All right, I'll make a motion to put resolution number 2026-04013R, a resolution approving the transfer volume cap in connection with the Private Activity Bonding Authority, Private Bonds Cap Allocation, EIEDA, Series 2026, onto the consent agenda.
A second.
Okay, Verdell has the second. All right. All in favor?
Discussion.
Oh, any discussion? My bad. Any discussion? No. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? Okay, good. Moving on to number 2.
Can I make a second motion?
Go ahead and make that second motion.
All right, I will move resolution number 2026-04014R, a resolution approving the transfer of volume cap in connection with Private Activity Bonding Authority for the private bond cap allocation of IHDA, Series 2026, onto the consent agenda.
Do I have a second?
A second.
Thank you, Verdell. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you. And now moving on to number 3, because we are truly trying to get out of here before 11 o'clock.
Okay, so I do have a short visual aid for this one.
Okay.
Okay, so this resolution would approve the city's annual action plan for fiscal year 2026 through 2027. This plan covers use of CDBG and home funds through the Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, over this period. This would be the second year of the 2025 through 2029 consolidated plan period. As a reminder, the consolidated plan is a 5-year framework for our use of HUD funds. Each action plan is connected to the goals and strategies that are identified in that 5-year plan. So we are currently in the first year of the 2025 through 29 consolidated plan, and that 5-year plan was approved by council in June of 2025. And then just a quick note, we've gone over this previously. But CDBG funds are granted to the City of Urbana as a municipality for use within our municipal boundaries. We receive home funds as a consortium, which consists of the City of Urbana, the City of Champaign, and unincorporated parts of Champaign County. So if you're flipping through the draft plan and you see references to projects outside of the City of Urbana, that's why home funds can be used throughout that jurisdiction. A note on the numbers that are in the packet and in the memo and then the draft plan in the packet. Because of the way congressional budgeting cycles work, we typically get notified of our actual allocation amounts pretty close to the submission deadline. Taking this into consideration, HUD allows us to go through much of the noticing and approval process for the plan using estimates that are based on prior year allocations for the plan's budget, and then we use contingency language in our drafts stating that budgets will be adjusted proportionally once the actual allocation is known. When the packet went out last Thursday, we were still working with those estimates. As it so happens, we received our actual allocations this morning. So I wanted to make sure we had the most up-to-date numbers. So I do have the allocations we expect to receive for the 26-27 fiscal year through CDBG and Home, where for CDBG we expect to receive $367,658. This is a slight decrease of about 5% from our previous year's allocation. And then for Home, we expect to receive $642,999.25. That one's actually a slight increase of a few percentage points. Okay, so next few slides, these show the project budgets that are included in the plan. There are project budgets included in the memo, but I have adjusted the numbers in these slides proportionally to correspond to our actual allocation. Again, all of these projects are things that were included in our 5-year consolidated plan. So we've budgeted for continued planning and administration. Under our neighborhood stabilization category, we would use CDBG funds to support things like property acquisition, demolition, and new construction in qualifying census tracts, as well as code enforcement activities in those areas. Under the housing and support services category, we've budgeted for public services. A note that public services is capped at a percentage of our CDBG allocation, so we are kind of maxed out at that amount that's on the screen there. This most recent year, those funds were used to support emergency rental assistance in partnership with Cunningham Township. Emergency rental assistance and homeless prevention were areas that were identified as very high needs during the public input that we did for the consolidated plan and this most recent action plan. So we expect to continue using those funds for those kinds of services. Then we've budgeted for a continuation of our housing rehabilitation program. That would be for the emergency rehabilitation and accessibility rehabilitation grant programs we currently offer, and then program delivery costs associated with our housing programs. Under our home allocations, we have budgeted for planning and administration associated with the home program, support for our community housing development organizations, or CHODOs. These are local, nonprofit, affordable housing development organizations. This most recent year, Habitat for Humanity received CHODO funds. First Followers has received support through this program in the past as well. So the developer support, that would go towards actual construction costs. And then the capacity building support would be like organizational operating costs. TBRA, that stands for tenant-based rental assistance, which actually provides direct assistance to income qualifying households to help pay their rent. We've historically operated that program in partnership with organizations like Champaign County Regional Planning Commission and Courage Connection. And then, as I was saying, these funds can be used throughout the consortium area. So we've typically budgeted amounts for non-CHODO affordable housing development. in both the cities of Champaign and Urbana, proportional to each city's population. So that's a quick overview of the budget and what's in the plan, but happy to take any questions. Just a quick note on the timeline before we move to that I should mention. HUD does require submission of the plan 45 days before the program year starts, so that gives us a submission deadline of May 15th for the plan. And then also another quick note that CD Commission did review the plan at its March meeting and unanimously voted to forward it with a recommendation of approval. So happy to take any questions now.
Mary Alice.
All right, I think this slide actually answers my question, but you had said that just this morning you got allocation numbers. And because Urbana is the home of the home grant, right? The $642,000 is for the entire county. It's not for Urbana only.
That's correct. So things like CHOTO developer support or tenant-based rental assistance, that could be used throughout the consortium. But then for certain things, like you can see, we have budgeted for affordable housing developments in Champaign and Urbana separately.
Right, but then in the previous amount in the CDBG fund is approximately $300,000, right? And that is specifically for Urbana.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And Chris?
Have target areas been identified for blight abatement and code enforcement?
So in general, during each consolidated plan period, we use the latest HUD data to create a new target area map. So that was included in our consolidated plan and consists of areas where, based on census data, a majority of households are shown to be low to moderate income. So we have that map showing the overall geography of what those qualifying census block groups are. As far as specific areas for blight reduction, our building safety division does maintain a list of vacant and abandoned properties. So from there, it's just kind of a matter of running through the logistics of getting to a point where we can actually contribute funds to a demolition, and that's kind of the various legal steps that need to be gone through before that happens. So I would say at this point there are potential candidates, but no specific projects funds are committed to.
Grace.
Thank you for this presentation. I was wondering about where we stand with surplus CDBG funds, because isn't that thing we were worried that we weren't spending them fast enough and they were going to be taken away if we didn't spend them, right?
Sure. So the guidance we are currently receiving from HUD is that action plans should only cover the allocation amounts for that current year. So just to emphasize, all of the funds shown in these budgets are out of this current allocation. These don't account for any rollover funds. We did budget most of the rollover that we had has gone towards, there was $100,000 that was budgeted for economic development activities through an amendment that was later adjusted to $70,000. That has not been used yet. And then the other $378,000 of rollover was committed to an MOU with Public Works, which they are through the process of bidding for infrastructure projects that they're going to use that for. So it is committed and it's underway. We do have a rollover balance, though.
Is that the equals projects we're talking about?
That's
related
correct.
To those? Okay. But it seems like we're not spending it all, right? Like CDBG, we're getting in $367,000 and spending 214 and some, right?
So on this screen,
Oh, that's for
these
the each
these are category subtotals corresponding to our consolidated plan goals. So under housing and support services, the total for that category is 214,000. And then if you add up all those numbers, you would get the $367,000. Sorry if that was confusing.
Okay.
But just in general, yeah, we do often have some rollover from year to year. Sometimes that's just based on the unpredictable nature of some of the kinds of projects we do. Our code enforcement team doesn't necessarily identify candidates for demolition every year, or projects don't get to the point of being actually demolished. When we're talking about affordable housing development or infrastructure projects, these can be things with very long timelines that are like multi-year projects from the time that we budget for them in our plans and until there's actually like a shovel in the ground and funds are being drawn down. So it's typically a scenario like that. If funds aren't being spent down and it's because we were expecting to use them for projects that just didn't happen, there is a project for amending plans and moving funds to other activities that are more likely to spend down funds.
It sounds like you think we're in good shape as far as the surplus there. Thank you. I was wondering if you could share the map of the, especially if there's a new map of the target areas.
Sure, yeah, we can share that with you. Again, it was included in the consolidated plan that was approved last June. It is, I also note, just for the public, it's also available as a layer on the county GIS website. If you open that up and then click under the additional layers tab, there's one for our target areas.
Thank you. And I'm still been trying to figure out the administrative costs here, because when we pass the budget and we have salaries for grants management, what are we assuming that it's paid for from the administrative kind of percentage off of these grants? I guess I'm just not understanding bigger picture how the administrative costs fit into the budget.
So I'd say a large portion of the work we do comes from these CDBG and home components. I would say home and CDBG and HUD-related activities account for 2/3 to 3/4, depending on the time of year of the work that we do. We also manage general fund grants, like through our community services grant program. We manage DCEO grants that come through the city occasionally. So there is a portion of our activities that aren't related to HUD, and we aren't able to use our HUD funds for that portion of our activities.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the information there. And some of the details about how some of these things are executed, does that just kind of depend on, like, I'm thinking if there was like the HHI funding and things, right? So like some of these, we don't know exactly the outcome, right? Like the blocks that say, you know, we'll create one affordable housing unit. And it's just kind of like, well, who's doing that and what does it look like? Is it the Chodos or is it supporting Habitat for Humanity? And is it because those things are kind of decided throughout that process still? Is that an accurate kind of way of thinking about this?
It varies from project to project. Certain things like public services, that was something where we had identified homelessness prevention as a high area of need when we were doing outreach for our consolidated plan. And as CDBG funds limited to use in the city of Urbana, partnering with Cunningham Township seemed to make sense as an organization that was already providing that kinds of services to residents of the city of Urbana. Again, Chodos, at the action plan level, we don't necessarily identify the specific organizations we're going to work with, because we do have an open application period each year where any organization that would meet the Chodo qualifications is welcome to apply for certification and project funds. So it kind of varies from project to project.
Thank you. And would winter shelter costs be eligible with CDBG and home if it were not for services, but more for like the space, you know, where it says like housing and supporting services? I guess understanding the services has a cap, but is there some kind of capital housing that can be used for shelters?
So if it was a shelter in the city of Urbana, under federal regulations, I believe CDBG funds that could be used, it would be considered a public facility. I will say this budget sticks pretty closely to our consolidated plan budget, which does include like specific dollar amounts over a 5-year period for specific goals. Not to say we couldn't amend a plan, but that would be likely a component if we were looking at like including new activities that weren't originally included in that 5-year plan.
because then could you clarify that there's not money for shelters in this current plan specifically? I guess, again, when it goes back to like the HHI or like where does the home funding go? But I guess if that's part of the 4-year plan or any specific line item in this annual action plan.
Yeah, so out of these current allocations, we have not contributed funds to, or we have not budgeted for shelter expenses specifically. Part of the logic there was that we do still have these balances of home ARP funds that are still actively committed to projects that are drawing down funds, but many of those projects we've committed funds to are still running and continuing to draw down funds.
Based off the surplus that we had before, you're saying?
That's correct. So we'd committed our remaining surplus of home ARP funds, which was the sort of COVID-era stimulus within the home program really targeted at homeless shelter and services. So those funds, while they were still available to us, we've committed them and we don't expect to receive any more funds other than what we've already committed, if that makes sense.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And yeah, we'll just put a plug in thinking about how we're going to think about shelters, and especially for the winter time before next winter arrives. But thank you.
Chris?
One question, Chair. Did I hear you right that the CDBG funds and the home funds, they can be used for institutions like a shelter, but it has to be in Urbana? The shelter has to be in Urbana. Is that right?
That's correct.
Grace?
Sorry, just one more quick clarify. For CDBG, but home is more area-wide, right? Like home funds could be.
That's correct. I would, because we're talking about shelters, Home ARP was kind of this special one-time offshoot of the home program that really was directed towards homeless shelter and services. The home program in general, just our regular home allocations that we get every year, it really is targeted towards permanent affordable housing, either through rental assistance or new affordable housing development. Just with the federal regulations, home funds are not something that could be used for a temporary emergency shelter.
Oh, I see. Thank you.
I'll entertain a motion. Thank you, Mary Alice.
I will move on to the consent agenda, resolution number 2026. 2026-04015R, a resolution approving the City of Urbana and Urbana Home Consortium Annual Action Plan for fiscal year 2026-2027.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved and by Mary Alice and seconded by Grace. Is there any discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okie dokie. Thank you very much. Nick, right?
I would like to take this opportunity to thank Nick for his service. This will be his last council meeting.
Wait, what?
Sorry, Nick.
Say that again?
What? Oh, I dropped a bomb. Sorry. Nick Olson is taking another opportunity and is staying in our community and is going to be, you'll see him around town, but he will no longer be serving the City of Urbana as a grants manager.
Dude.
It's been a pleasure, and we are so grateful for the service you've provided. Thank you so much, Nick.
Man, really?
Mic drop.
Dang. Okay. Thank you, sweetie, for your service. Okie dokie. Oh, man. We just can't keep them, can we? Okay. Moving on. Discussion. Surveillance ordinance. Hands up. Anybody, because it's discussion, right? So I don't have to have any kind of real.
So I do believe that there is part 2 of the staff presentation.
Okay,
Because
so-
we had a 1-week break due to illness, but
Okay, so what? Matt, okay. 1 week break due to illness. Okay. Okay. Thank you, City Attorney Matt Rushley.
Thank you. There should be a document coming around for your reference to sort of help guide this discussion. I do not have a visual presentation to display tonight, but we can refer to the packet itself if we need to look at specific sections here. But I'll just kind of briefly reintroduce this. I think it's been now 3 weeks ago that I gave the first part of this presentation addressing a number of questions that had arisen from council members related to the draft ordinance that's been on the table. And we walked through a number of those issues, including things like process to reconsider previously approved or denied technologies. There's some language in Section 5B about non-disclosure agreements, and we talked through that, as well as some new language that addressed this notion of contracting with outside agencies or other entities for the sale of surveillance data, and how we won't and do not do that. And then, of course, the section relating to the role of CPRB and HRC, and that's in Section 8 of the draft ordinance. And there was some new language in each of those sections related to the roles of those two bodies, and then legal questions related to cameras with remote access, regulation of police department access to certain types of data from doorbell cameras, and then also the regulation of drones, both within the city and police department and externally. And then there's some additional language we discussed that was in a proposed draft that I put forward last time related to sensitive surveillance technology information that could be excluded in the reporting and policy documents that would come with this ordinance once approved. And then we left off with Section 7, which is what you have in front of you, and that's what we're going to talk about tonight. I mostly want to just walk through what the new language that's proposed, what it does and doesn't do, and then take some questions. So the first thing I would note is that this language is currently in the draft of the ordinance that's in the packet tonight. So I think Councilmember Wilkin replaced the language that was previously in this section with the proposed language. So what you see, Councilmember Wu?
So I just want to be clear, this marked out here, the strike through is the old, and the new one, which it currently exists in the draft that we have today, is, okay. I
Is
just
the
wanna
underline, yeah.
Make sure.
So the strike through is from, I think it would have been 8.1 and earlier, and then the current 8.2 has the underlined version. So just kind of walk through what the intent was with the proposed language, what it does, and why. So I think it's a fair description or statement of the policy intent with the Section 7 language as it was originally included, that it was intended to prevent the use of improperly collected data or data that was collected with unapproved technology by city departments or within the organization for use against residents. Generally speaking, that's kind of the policy intent is to protect residents from the use of surveillance technology and the data that would be gathered with unapproved technologies to the extent that we can. And it included some general exclusions for accordance with state and federal laws, but not a lot of specifics or nuances related to what we might need to preserve that information for in certain circumstances. So one of the purposes of the proposed revision is to be a little bit more specific, but also to build in sort of a pause mechanism before we move forward to delete or destroy evidence, to pause for legal review, for consultation with, the local prosecution, state's attorney's office, or federal prosecutors if relevant, to review for any specific legal obligations that we might have for retaining data that's improperly collected.
Can you give me an example of something like that?
Yeah, so I can't think of probably a perfect hypothetical from a fact standpoint, but let's just say there was some type of camera or monitoring device that was being used despite not being approved by an employee. And we had data or footage that might be relevant to a pending criminal matter or a matter that's being moved forward into the prosecution phase. We know that we have information that's relevant to that. Before we could move ahead with any sort of destruction or deletion action, we would need to consult with the state's attorney's office or the federal prosecutor if it's a federal case to determine if there is a legal duty to turn that information over to the prosecutor and potentially to the defense. So there's a bunch of different scenarios where if the evidence exists, whether or not it was improperly collected or obtained, it's still evidence that the state would be required to make the defense aware of, for example. So if we had video that showed that the person who's the actual defendant in a case perhaps is not the right person, and that it's exculpatory in nature, the law requires that the prosecution make that available to the defense, right? And if the city's in possession of that information, we would need to provide it to the state's attorney's office and allow them to comply with their legal obligation.
Wouldn't something like this happen anyway? I mean, I guess my question is, if you have video camera of, let's say somebody's up for, I don't know, stealing a bunch of clothes from a store, and we got video of that. I want to understand this process, because my understanding is that if we were allowing the police to use that surveillance to as evidence, and then we get that surveillance, or we look at that surveillance, or they look at that surveillance rather, and find that this is not the person that is up for trial, but this is actually the original person, and the person is up for trial is not the person. He just looks like him. Wouldn't we have to give that information to the prosecution, and thereby the prosecution, because it's exculpatory, would have to give it to the defense anyway? Or would it go before a judge? In other words, does it move from what would be law enforcement into judicial at that moment?
I think the answer to your question is yes, and this does not change the legal standard in any way, shape, or form. It simply is explicit in making creating a process whereby we're deliberate in ascertaining whether we have evidence that needs to go through that process. So,
all I'm saying is that the process is already there based on how stuff works anyway.
That's correct, but we
Okay.
also need to ultimately adopt an ordinance that does not conflict with federal or state law requirements, that would not be preempted in that way. So we want to make sure that what we're putting in our ordinance is consistent with
I don't
with
know
those
why it would
processes.
have to be in the ordinance at all, I guess is my question, because it's already there in the law.
Well, if our ordinance is calling for the deletion or destruction of evidence that's not obtained per the ordinance, per the council policy and adopted ordinance, if it's obtained outside those boundaries, and we intend to, when we can, destroy it or delete it as soon as possible. This is an exception. This is a big sort of carve out to that general policy statement that we're not going to use evidence that we obtain improperly or inconsistent with the council approval of surveillance technology process, unless it's subject to these types of obligations from a legal standpoint. Does that make sense?
No, but okay.
Yeah. So let me just kind of walk you through the aspects of this proposed language. So the general policy statement at the beginning prohibits the use or disclosure of improperly collected surveillance technology data, very similar to the first couple of sections of the existing language. But what's new, if you turn to the back of the page, there's a section that explicitly talks about preservation pending review, and this is where we create a process for segregating the information once we become aware it exists, having it reviewed internally by the city attorney or legal department, typically is who's going to be looking at it, and then if relevant, we would promptly notify the prosecuting authority, which the state's attorney or federal prosecutor in this case, to determine if it relates to a known or reasonably foreseeable criminal investigation. So we explicitly, before moving ahead with deletion, we're gonna identify the data, set it aside, press pause until we can determine whether or not we need to turn it over, for one reason or another, from a legal standpoint. The review process then is under C, and it talks through some of the different standards, which are pretty impossible to capture with specificity in an ordinance like this, just because there's so many possible ways that this could play out. And then ultimately, we would get to, if we determine that we don't have an obligation to turn it over due to some legal obligation that is rooted in state or federal law, we would then proceed with deleting or destroying the data that we've improperly obtained on as expeditious a timeline as possible under current state law, which is the Records Review Act. I see a question over here. I'm sorry.
Mary Alice, go ahead.
Thank you. I guess, in my opinion, it makes sense that we have to, before we delete any kind of data, we have to ensure that we are following the law. Okay, just purely put that. My question to you is, and this is just in my brain, it doesn't make sense to have it start off with prohibition of use and disclosure that says any data collected through yada, 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 rather than having preservation pending review be the first thing, because it seems like it's, and maybe that's how you write an ordinance, I don't know, but it doesn't logically flow in my head. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, yeah. I think the logic, at least of this order, is to start with the overarching policy intent, which is to not use it unless we have to, essentially. I think would be the intent of the previous language in this section, and at least my intent in trying to write it this way with a little bit more structure and specificity, but maintaining the original intent, because my job's not to change the substance of it, right? It's trying to capture the same intent with a process that we can lean on and defend if we're, in a
So it sounds to me like there's no obligation for us to have it in the specific order. We can swap the order. It's just the language that you're trying to vet for the legalities. Is that correct?
That's right. And I would point out, I was going to get to this last, but I'll mention it since we're talking about it. The language that's in the current draft, as I was reviewing this, it occurred to me that we probably need to add just a few words at the beginning of 7A under the title Prohibition on Use or Disclosure. My suggestion would be to start the next sentence with unless otherwise required by law, any data collected through the use of surveillance technology in violation of this ordinance, yada, 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 because that's ultimately what this section says, kind of writ large. And without that, it seems to conflict. What comes after Section A seems to conflict with A. And so I want to make sure that that's perfectly clear, that we're saying we're going to do this unless we have to.
James?
Yeah, I would appreciate that change. I have a question about that first sentence. Is there a legal differentiation between data or information?
My short answer is I don't know,
That seems
at least for this
redundant to me.
purpose, but we can certainly try to narrow it
If
down.
it needs to be there because information implies something different from data, or data is somehow different from information, data is data.
Data is data. Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably reflective of my my own anxiety around not capturing everything that might fall under surveillance technology and the data that it captures, and making sure that it's
That's data.
broader and not narrower. But I think data is broad enough. I think your point is well taken.
Thanks.
Yep.
Grace?
Thank you. If I may just provide another example here with kind of the intent of it. So when we have the policies, like the UPD generously offered a draft policy for drones, for example, and they say that there's prohibited uses of drones for monitoring an individual or groups based solely on protected characteristics. So this would be, we'll just have a hypothetical extreme kind of one of, not the worst, but one of the worser case scenarios that say a law enforcement officer was using some drone to follow a person or a group of people around or at certain places, and that is against the policy of how we are allowed and authorizing to use drones in Urbana. But then they catch someone doing something because they had a personal beef or they were stalking an individual, and they say, haha, I got you doing something illegal. But they captured that evidence in a way that was against surveillance policy. And so this is saying in those instances, if we find out that we captured something in a way that was not in compliance with our policies, we would not use that to go after someone. So it's just kind of those safeguards so that we say we have the policy, this is how we will and will not use it. And if we violate that, we're not going to use that against you. It's a way to kind of close that loophole, so you could just say like, oh, my bad, well, I already did it, so there's nothing you can do about it. So now I can use this in court as evidence against you, even though it was collected improperly.
But collected improperly is subjective, or I guess if we have a surveillance ordinance that says you can't do that, even if we catch you, even if we actually see you doing something illegal, there's nothing we can do about it. So we'll just let the criminal run free. I have an issue with that, I guess. I'm trying to understand. And you said it's already Illinois law that can't be done?
I think of port of order, we need to be passing the chair, entering into discussion.
Well, no, because it's discussion, darling.
Yes.
So I can discuss.
That's when you need to pass the chair.
No, that's when I can discuss. So that's what I'm doing.
You do have to pass the chair to enter discussion or debate.
Okay, pass the chair to Mary Alice. Same question, answer my question. Thank you.
All right, so let's just keep this in order.
I'm trying to keep it in order.
I'm chair at the moment.
Right.
Sharice is in discussion, and she wants to
So
ask a question of Grace.
I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand what the whole thing is with how we determine, council determines, because that's what this falls down on, is that the ordinance says that I'm assuming that the council determines what's proper and what's not. So my question is to Grace, is there already law, and to you too, to Matt, is there already something in the law that says that a drone cannot be used to stalk someone? Although I don't, and if it's stalking, is stalking the same as surveillance if someone is under a particular if you're actually looking.
Can I take
for
a stab
something.
at this real quickly? Okay, so there is
Now,
state
do
law.
you need to pass the chair back to
No,
me?
no, I'm just saying well, do I need to pass the chair?
Are you entering debate?
I'm just entering facts.
If it's point of information, you can retain chair. You just have to pass the chair if you're going to be debating with another member.
Okay, I'm
And
not
see, I wasn't
debating,
debating, I'm
I'm
asking a
talking
question,
facts
but go
right now.
ahead.
So fact is that there's a state law on drones. Okay, that's a fact.
Fact is, there's a state law that what?
On the use of drones,
Okay,
on how
and
they
use-
can be
use
used.
of drones by whom?
I would be happy to answer the question if I'm recognized.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Because
so
I'm waiting.
Grace?
Yes, I'm waiting to be recognized to answer the questions. There is the Illinois Freedom from Drone Surveillance Act that prohibits certain things. The policies for each surveillance technology are not decided yet. You are correct. That would be something that council would approve. Possibly CPRB would also review and have some input. And ultimately, council would be approving the proposed policy for each technology. So the police department has already provided, which I think is helpful just as we're thinking about it, a draft-like example for drones. And so I'm going off of the proposed draft policy for drones, which is just an idea draft. It's not approved by any means. You are correct on that. And specifically says, you know, we would not use it, prohibited uses for monitoring individuals or groups based solely on a protected characteristic. So that would be one example where we would say in Urbana, we would not use drones this way. I'm not sure if that is, I imagine that is more strict than the Illinois Freedom from Drone Surveillance Act. It's somewhat broad as a state act. I don't know that they are having as strict of a policy as we might potentially have in Urbana.
So my question, though, is with the drone stuff that you're talking about, does that include law enforcement if someone is that you have probable cause to believe is breaking the law? Does that include law enforcement? For example, let me give something that's more closer to home. Someone's running guns down the street of my house, and they need to see who's involved in that. Is it improper for law enforcement to have a drone to follow someone that they have probable cause, which means they probably have a warrant to run a drone to surveil a person that's running guns? Are we just gonna let that person run guns because, well, we didn't ask city council if it was okay for us to use the drone?
No, in short, no, that's not improper. The scenario you're describing would, if there's a warrant involved, that certainly would
Because
clearly
in order
be within
to
the
get that kind of
within the law.
surveillance stuff, you'd have to get a warrant. Am I correct or not?
Typically, I think that's the standard, or at least have probable cause to use an investigatory tool.
Okay.
Like that. I think what we're talking about is less specific to drones and more to any unapproved technology, or even a technology that's been approved, but maybe not
Unapproved
for a
by
specific,
whom?
the city council.
Okay.
So under this process, right? So if, let's just say hypothetically, the police department asks for approval of a specific technology that used a certain type of camera, facial recognition, possibly, right? Some cutting edge technology, and council said that it was approved within certain parameters. And then let's say under this hypothetical, an employee in the department used that technology in a manner that was not consistent with what was approved for whatever purpose, outside of policy, even outside of the law potentially. But they use it, and they've generated now footage, and if it's facial recognition technology, information specific to an individual or multiple individuals that our own policies say we shouldn't have generated generally. However, let's say in this hypothetical that improperly generated footage contains information that is directly relevant to an ongoing federal case involving human trafficking, for example. That would be a scenario, at least that I would envision, would fall within the exceptions that we're talking about here, where we'd pause and we'd say, we realize we have this, we have maybe a personnel matter ongoing in the department with this individual who improperly used the technology willingly. In so doing, we discover we've got this footage that we shouldn't have. Under this proposed language, we would say, okay, we're going to take this information and separate it, make sure that it's sort of cordoned off from other, video footage that we have and marked as such. We're going to have legal review it. We're going to have the appropriate discussion with, state or federal prosecutors to make sure that it is or is not relevant to an ongoing criminal matter. And if it is, then we're obligated to disclose it to, the parties in a particular case. That would just be the type of scenario, I think, where we'd have an exception to the general, policy where we would otherwise look to destroy it as quickly as we could because it was improperly obtained.
So, I mean, as far as I know, no department in the city has drones, right? Okay, all right. So let me put this hypothetical to you. If an employee of the city of Urbana who has their own personal drone and they do that kind of thing and they catch something on camera or something and they go, oh my God. And I'm not even going to say that they're trolling or stalking or anything. They just do their own little personal thing. And they bring it to law enforcement and happen to have caught, number one drug dealer or something in the area doing something badly. Do we have any enforcement or any say about anything, even including their employment with the city? We have any?
There's a lot of moving
what-ifs
parts in that hypothetical. So generally, something like that, if it's
Matt,
personal use, it's not covered under this policy. It'd start there.
Yeah.
It wouldn't-
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
feel
just trying to
like I'm looking.
understand.
No, I totally get it, and it's a very interesting question. But I'm looking at the time.
I know.
It's 10:19. So, okay. So at the end of the day, you just said that if it's personal equipment, nothing in this ordinance applies.
That's right. It wouldn't be within the purview of what we're talking about here. Whether or not
Okay.
police
Even if they
would-
work here at the city, that's when I'm just wanting to make that. That's the reason why I asked that question.
if it's done in their private capacity, it's sort of outside the city's ability to regulate
Okay.
or outside of their the scope
I'm
of
just
their
wondering
employment.
how far we going to regulate. Okay.
So, and
Are
as far as
you-
police goes, whether they look at the information or not, that's a separate question. I'm not prepared to delve into tonight. But
Okay. But I just thought I'd ask because of, would they have to, how would that fall on the city, or if it would fall on the city? That's number one, or number two. But the other thing is, because we're talking about prohibition or use or disclosure and how that would fit into a particular case of law that may be going forward to federal or local judicial people. So I'm just trying to understand that.
So would you like to exit debate and have the chair again?
I wasn't debating, I was just discussing. That's what I thought I
Okay,
was
well,
doing.
no,
but
I'm
we
sorry.
can exit.
Exit
I'll take
discussion. Okay, yeah, I'm just looking at the time.
the chair. Okay.
I relinquish the chair.
Is there any more discussion? Are we done?
just a couple other things I want to point out about what
Okay.
this language does that I think are important, but I'll be brief.
Okie dokie.
So the last piece, and this might seem like it should go without saying, but I think in this kind of scenario, we shouldn't say that about anything. The last section talks about documentation of this entire process, right? So ensuring that we're documenting the fact that it was collected in violation of the ordinance, so we're making a record of that. You know, who discovered it when, and then any review that's conducted under this section. So anything that we do under these procedures, we're going to document it and explain who was involved, what the determination was, and what the timeline was. And then finally, if we end up deleting or destroying it, we're going to make record of that as well in terms of the ultimate outcome and when that occurs. So in that case, we've got a paper trail. We're uniform and consistent whenever these kinds of things come up. It makes the process much more defensible from a legal standpoint, and it ensures we're not sort of freestyling when it comes to these important things. So. Unless anybody else has questions.
Any more
I
questions?
think that
Any more
was
discussion?
it from my piece.
All right, thanks, man.
Okay, I'll welcome the police department up for their portion.
Oh,
Okay.
we're going to need, can I make a motion to extend?
Mary Alice, go ahead.
Chief and Deputy Chief, how long do you want?
Let's get it over with.
Okay, can I extend the meeting until 10:40?
They've been here all night, just like us.
Okay, I will make a motion to extend the meeting until 11.
Also, just consider.
Second.
Second.
Thank you, James. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay.
Had discussion if we wanted to consider adding this to a next meeting if we didn't have time
No,
tonight.
because let's get it over with now. They sat here just as long as we have. I think that's just considerate. Go ahead.
Okay.
Chief.
All right, folks. I know it's been a long night. We're going to be presenting on surveillance ordinance operational gaps, public safety considerations, presented by myself and interim Deputy Chief Michael Cervantes. We appreciate all the effort that's been done thus far. There's been a lot of modifications, a lot of compromises, and that's what the democratic process is about. So what we're bringing tonight, a few remaining gaps that have real world public safety impacts, along with simple proposed solutions. Next. So we support oversight and transparency. I've been doing this 30 plus years, and I've been involved in all types of policies and practices surrounding oversight and transparency. Several concerns have been addressed. Some critical gaps still remain. Our goal is to fix issues before adoption, not after. So the bottom line, law enforcement operational perspective, this is not about avoiding oversight, as I previously said. This is about real-world safety. Small wording issues can result in large operational impact. These are not merely theoretical concerns. These are real situations our officers handle every day. Next, please. So I'm going to turn it over for now to Interim Deputy Chief Mike Cervantes. Once he's done with a bucket, we'll take questions before we move to the next topic, because I just don't want it to get muddled up.
Thank you, guys. I know it's been a long day for most of us, so I appreciate you bearing with us. So the approval process in Section 2 creates somewhat of a bottleneck. It requires City Council approval before the use of new technology and any changes in functionality. The reason for the concern for this is it creates rigidity in an environment where technology evolves quickly and investigations are fluid. So why the change is needed? Tools cannot be adapted quickly, and officers may hesitate to use available capabilities. Couple scenarios: use of new technology. Deputy Chief Mikulik went over this before when he discussed a real-world scenario where we were attempting to locate a suicidal subject who was a U of I student. At that time, and hypothetically, if this ordinance was in place and that technology wasn't approved, he wouldn't have been able to use U of I's ability to capture key card swipes. He wouldn't have been able to do that, and let's just say, for instance, this individual would have been able to go through with his plan to commit suicide. We wouldn't have been able to technically use that technology. Second scenario is changes in functionality. So in this one, let's just say hypothetically, detectives are tracking a homicide suspect with court-authorized GPS technology. A software update is required. That happens all the time. Our technology is constantly evolving, and it requires technological updates, software updates, patch updates, things of those natures. So in those cases, per the language in the ordinance, Section 2A, we cannot use that tool until update is approved. The approval process creates a delay, subsequently allowing a suspect to avoid arrest. So what is our proposed solution to this? Language that is potentially in the middle and that would alleviate a lot of this concern and streamline the process, also providing clarity. Recommended solution is a tiered approach. So for new surveillance technology requiring full council approval, which is already in there, but minor updates, patches, or functionality changes that do not materially expand surveillance capabilities, which may be implemented with administrative notification to the city council. Then the other scenario is emergency or exigent use, which may be authorized by the chief of police or his designee with written notification, reporting to the city council as soon as practicable via the city administrator. So in essence, what this does is allows officers in the moment to act in any emergency situation and then report on that. So the overarching theme is that we're maintaining accountability while at the same time considering public safety and keeping that in the community intact. Any questions on that one so far? I'm sorry.
Grace?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Do just want to note that I believe that Section 6C addresses the issue of a patch, but if it doesn't fully satisfy that concern, that's definitely room for discussion. But 6C does talk about doing a patch or an upgrade that's necessary to maintain the functionality of equipment as long as it's not adding substantially new surveillance.
And that is the key, substantially new surveillance, and I think what the ordinance and what it was talking about is functionality. And depending on that technology, there are those patches and those updates that is subjective to say, well, in that case, this new patch or this new update can change that technology potentially. And what we don't want to do is lose the ability to use that, especially in these circumstances. So this recommendation is to address, specifically that, but to give you guys a tiered approach to it so that we can look at it and maintain operational efficiency while considering that things happen rapidly and different, especially technology, advances quickly.
Mary Alice?
Yeah, Grace said what I was going to say. Our intent, and I'm not sure where this lied right now, but our intent was not to prevent patches with functionality. Grace and I have had long conversations about this. So I feel like we would be open to the language that you think satisfies what your concern is, because I don't think anybody up here wants to prevent a security breach because we didn't apply a patch. If there's a functionality that's broken, like maybe it doesn't print anymore and you need to apply a patch so they can print again. I mean, those things happen all the time. Our intent was never to prohibit you guys from doing that or to ask for you guys to come here and ask us to do it. So whatever language we need to get from Matt and everybody else to make sure that's clear, I'm 100% on board with. And I think most people are.
Absolutely. Thank you, and I appreciate that. And I think that's what we're trying to do in this last round here, is provide some of that proposed languages that puts our mind at ease from an operational standpoint, but also accomplishes the goal of council as a whole.
And then the second thing that I just wanted to bring up, because as I thought about that iCard case, as you said, Officer Miklick talked about it, it would be, James is going to know way more than I do. The iCard is going to be, the police department didn't get access to the iCard system. Somebody at the U of I pulled it for them and gave them the information. Is that correct?
Yes.
So we weren't manually operating it ourselves, but based on what I understand with the surveillance ordinance, even if we ask somebody to do something on our behalf, that needs to fall under the coverage of the surveillance ordinance. And Grace, you can nod your head yes or no. But so in that case, in this particular case with the iCard, it would fall under the surveillance ordinance because we would be asking another entity to use their technology, which is not surveillance technology, but gathers information about people. So that's a very interesting case. All right.
Okay. You got more? Thank you.
Section 4B3 in the ordinance, discontinuation of technology. Now, you're going to see that some of these meld together, but hopefully with these proposed solutions, we can avoid potential further confusion or hesitation on the act of officers, or on behalf of the officers. So requires cessation of use if not approved within the time frame. This creates artificial deadlines unrelated to investigations. Why the change is needed? Stopping tools mid-investigation, losing access to critical evidence, or harming ongoing cases. In this scenario, detectives are investigating a domestic violence case. The suspect has made credible threats to kill the victim, has already assaulted them. Officers are using license plate reader data, which goes along with what you were talking about, Mary Alice, of we don't have them, we would be relying on other agencies' license plate reader data in the area. Same thing with potential camera footage and any location-based investigative tools to track the suspect movements and prevent further harm. What I think is important about this is, and the distinction is, we're talking about discontinuing use as opposed to approval in the first place. So let's just say the approval deadline hits before council action is completed. The result is that technology must be shut off. Officers lose the ability to track suspects in real time, and the impact is the suspect can no longer be tracked. The victim is no longer protected in real time, and officers are now reacting instead of preventing. Reaction often means that someone has already been hurt, and we don't want that. This is the exact type of gap that we are trying to prevent with this specific language and the changes that we're proposing. And so, if the council has not approved continued use within the specified time frame, the city department may continue use of the surveillance technology while approval is pending, provided the department has submitted required documentation in good faith and no violation of the law or policy has been identified. Now, I know that there's already a period in which we can request 2 extensions. The concern is in that unlikely scenario, and again, this is to address unintended consequences because we know sometimes things can take longer, especially in processes like this, that we have this addressed ahead of time so that we don't have to stop using that tool mid-investigation. And this language allows us to do that.
Go back. Any questions on that piece? recent pieces that Interim Chief Deputy Savant.
Can't hear you, Chief.
I'm sorry.
Oh, Grace.
Thank you. So it seems like this is already pretty much in there, but you want just unlimited extensions rather than 2.
No, we want the ability to continue to use the data even if those extensions have passed. So in the event that that does happen, we don't have to stop using that data so long as we have provided the adequate documentation that you guys have required.
Oh, so you mean like if you've already submitted like a use policy, but it hasn't had a final vote? Say there's like
Correct.
more consideration or discussion and things,
Correct.
but the use report and policy have already been provided.
Correct.
I see. And is that in here? Do you have that? And that's what you mean by submitted the required documentation? You mean
Correct.
the use report and use policy? Okay. I think that makes it a little more clear what you're proposing. I think, yeah, if we were to go with this, might need a little more specifics on the words, because I think I'm understanding more what you're saying now, as opposed to the first 2 extensions are to submit the report and the policy in the first place, to give like a city department more time to provide those things. And then you're talking about if they're provided, but they're held up with discussion and input and things, but they're already on the council floor.
Correct. We don't want to lose that data or any investigative efforts that we've already put into that by having to stop using it, which is what the ordinance says. So again, it's just clarifying that we can continue those operational investigations in order to build the case.
Thank you for the clarification.
No problem.
Okay, exigent circumstances, Section 6 in Attachment A, disaster circumstances. A current ordinance, still not addressed, to add language pertinent to immediate and common law enforcement operations. Instead, emergency use is just now tied to disaster definition in the mayor approval. Reasons for concern: most law enforcement emergencies are not disasters. I've probably seen 2 disasters in 30-plus years. And those disasters, the lever was pulled by the governor and then implemented by the mayor. Reasons for concern. What officers are trained to do: extensive training on the Fourth Amendment, ongoing updates on case law and legal standards, supervised decisions making in real time. The reality of the job: officers face these situations daily. Discretion must be made in seconds, not hours. Risk without this language: hesitation in emergencies, delayed response, increased liability, increased risk to life. Officers are trained extensively on the Fourth Amendment from the academy through field training and throughout their careers. They're taught not only what they can do, but what they cannot do. Because doing it wrong can compromise an entire case, and that kind of relates to the Fourth Amendment as it relates to what Matt was talking about and what Councilman Hersey was talking about. There is mistakes of the head and there's mistakes of the heart as it relates to the fruit of the poisonous tree. And we'll get into that a little long when we come back to it. Exigent circumstances are not new or undefined. They are well-established legal standard recognized by the courts for situations where there is no time to wait, where lives are at risk, or critical evidence must be lost or will be lost. Our officers and supervisors are trained to recognize those moments and act within the law. If this ordinance does not clearly allow for that, it creates hesitation in situations where hesitation can cause loss of evidence as well as lives. This language does not expand authority. It reflects what already exists in law enforcement and ensures officers can act quickly and appropriately in emergencies. So I was here a couple weeks ago, and you folks allow the fire department to provide examples in which drones, et cetera, would come into play. So here's some examples of exigent circumstances. A gunman opened fire in a school, shopping center, or public space. Response: cameras, LPRs, or drones deployed to locate shooter and direct evacuation. Why does it qualify? Immediate danger to life justifies bypassing normal approval processes. Another scenario: a person is abducted and the suspect location is unknown. Our response: license plate readers, public camera networks, or cell towers are used to track the vehicle or the movement of the suspect in real time. Why does it qualify? Waiting for full council approval could delay locating the suspect or victim. Another scenario: police are pursuing a violent felon who may harm others or flee the area. Response: deploy traffic or security cameras to track the suspect's movement in real time. Why does it qualify? Waiting for approval could let the suspect escape and endanger others. Last scenario: a suspect holds hostages inside a building. Response: use security cameras, drone imaging, and we'll show you a video shortly about what drone imaging looks like, or thermal cameras to assess the situation before SWAT intervention. Why does it qualify? Tactical decisions cannot wait for approval when lives are at immediate risk. Reporting: the department must document the incident and report afterwards to the city council or what other oversight body you have. Replay that video. Next. So as you saw, the suspect came out on his own. There was no police officers inside the premises. He was simply adhering to the direction that was provided to him by the drone through the law enforcement that was outside waiting for him. It's a win in the sense that it keeps the officer safe as well as the suspect. That was obviously not our video. That was Atlanta PD. I know some folks are sensitive about African Americans being used in videos, but this is the real world. Sometimes things happen. All right, so our recommended solution as it relates to the definition. Add a separate exigent circumstances definition aligned with established law, the Fourth Amendment, as it relates to exceptions under the Fourth Amendment. And the proposed language would be exigent circumstances mean an incident, specific situation require immediate law enforcement action where delay would reasonably result in loss of life, serious bodily harm, the escape of a dangerous suspect, or imminent destruction of evidence. That is directly constitutional language. That's not Larry Boone's. That's what most departments, all departments use throughout the nation as it relates to search and seizure. Add a new definition in attachment A in reference to section 6. That would be used under exigent circumstances shall be limited in scope and duration to the incident and shall be documented and reported to City Council as soon as practical. Next. All right, any questions on Fourth Amendment?
Chris?
Could you define, can you go back to the slide before that? Yeah, the imminent destruction of evidence. Stolen property and drugs?
I don't know what you're saying. In terms of,
Would the evidence be drugs and stolen property?
it could be. Yes, sir.
Could be.
Yes, sir.
What's the definition of dangerous?
Dangerous?
Yeah.
Well, there's a difference. Dangerous is I'm approaching an individual that I know is wanted and may be armed. Imminent is I'm approaching an individual that I know is dangerous and he's pointing a gun at me. Dangerous, imminent. Imminent is going to happen. Dangerous is the environment is subject that it may happen.
So how is possession of drugs or possession of stolen property dangerous?
No, you're mixing.
I am combining those things. So you've added this imminent destruction of evidence. That is a huge loophole to use this situation every time if it's always about somebody's a burglar, somebody's retail theft, a candy bar at the store. They might destroy that evidence, and this then applies. Wouldn't you say?
No,
But I know you don't mean it to, but it seems a little broad is what I'm saying.
No, this is strictly towards exigent circumstances. Somebody in a candy store or whatever, that's not exigent. We're talking about destruction of property that's part of a crime, drugs, guns, hot pursuit, things of that nature. Exigent. Ms. Evans, this is simply constitutional law. Hot pursuit, I didn't put that in there, but an example of hot pursuit would be we see an individual that's wanted for homicide, and he or she decides to run, and we give chase, and they go into an apartment. We can go right into that apartment right behind them.
But you've got probable cause that they are either carrying a weapon or they could cause bodily harm. If I steal the TV out of Mary Alice's apartment, I'm not a danger to anybody.
You're mixing.
I know I am, but
You're-
so straighten me out.
So felony cases, all right? Let's say you got a keg of cocaine, and we have a warrant to go into your premises. We knock on your door, and you delay opening that door. We know why you're delaying opening that door because you're flushing the cocaine down the toilet. We're going to kick in that door. There's a difference. This isn't a catch-all. I don't want you to mix it with a catch-all. Certainly, we're not going to use any physical force on a kid on a tricycle that might have grab somebody else's tricycle. There are varying differences in this. Most of this is connected to felonies. This is across the land, Mr. Evans. This isn't, a Larry Boone thing. When you talk about exceptions to the Fourth Amendment, that's what they are.
A little background, Chief. We've had problems with this definition when it became a situation where an officer, actually a chief of police, thought that the kids were committing a felony, and he pulled a gun on them and killed one of them. So it is a big deal. And I know you're not intending all that. And I know you're trying to make it tight and make it about actual dangerous situations. Seems to me, Matt, the language is a little loose. Can we somehow tie the destruction of evidence as a serious, dangerous situation? And I don't think possession of cocaine is a dangerous situation. I really don't. And medical evidence proves it's not dangerous. Now, is it a felony? Yeah. But if you just define it as a felony, then you're kicking indoors and really raising the risk for both officers and people alike. That's what I think.
Mary Alice.
I'm going to be trying quick. So these are lots of ors here. I'm wondering if it would help to have something in front of or right after immediate law enforcement. So exigent circumstances specifically applies when you're in the heat of the moment, right? It's not something looking back, it's right now. So that's the imminent part. What I'm hearing Chris say is that it should be an imminent part that gets up to a certain bar. So maybe it's a felony, maybe it's a Class C misdemeanor or something, but I feel like that might, if we just found one or two words to put there in order for us to say this is a serious case of imminent destruction of evidence, I think that might help, but I'm going to be quiet. We got 7 minutes.
Can you take the chair, please?
I'll take the chair, and the chair recognizes Sharice.
Okay, because I'm going to say this. This is basically from my not experience working in a law office, but having read some books, that imminent, we're not stupid. Imminent means imminent. It means this is something that has to be taken care of right away. It means this is something that's going to happen. And nobody's going to, I don't think, I'm not going to speak for the police because, see, that's not my ballywick. My ballywick is teaching people. My ballywick is not law enforcement. My take is that regarding this particular type of language, Chief, I'm assuming you're not, the police are not going to be running after somebody that's got 4 little bags of meth, unless they're kilos of meth, or 4 bags of cocaine, unless they're kilos of cocaine. Explain to me. Give me more information. Let me put it that way.
So, imminent is really grand in the sense of, let's two buckets. Bucket over here meaning that someone may be seriously injured or killed. That's imminent, that we got to react now. Bucket over here as it relates to drugs, someone with a couple bags of marijuana and it's a misdemeanor, that's not imminent, or nor is it grand. But when we talk about someone, as the example that I used Mr. Evans in, it's paramount that we get to that evidence to substantiate our case, to substantiate the reason why we got the search warrant to start with. There are several exceptions to the Fourth Amendment. There are 4 prongs as it relates to exigent circumstances. 4 prongs. Let me see if I can
Mary Alice, you have the
Capture
chair.
them.
Could you,
Okay.
All right. So-
Sorry, I was just clarifying with the clerk what the extension is because it's 10:56.
yeah.
So the extension is we can have up to two 30-minute intervals to beyond the 10:30. It's a total of 3, I believe. So if we ask for 15 minutes, does that count against us in the 30?
I mean, you're under the 30 threshold. My understanding is I don't think we can go past midnight is like the hard stop.
Yeah.
And I think they
Midnight is definitely
recommend
the hard
that you
stop.
do it in intervals of 30 minutes at most. I don't think it precludes you from doing it in less than 30-minute intervals.
So we could do 15 minutes. Chief, do you think we can get out of here at 11:15?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to ask for a motion to extend to 11:15.
I'll second.
I don't know if we'll be complete, but we'll be finished with our part, definitely.
Okay, all right, well,
Okay.
since I'm chair, I can't put the motion, so I need somebody to give me a motion
I
till
said
11:15.
second. Oh,
Well, you're first.
I put a motion that we extend it to 11:15.
Do I have a second? All right, moved by Sheree, seconded by Vernell. All those in favor, please say aye. All those
Aye.
opposed?
Nay.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess it's 15 because it's 2 people over there and there's 3 over here. All right. Go for it.
All right, real quick. The exceptions to exigent circumstances, imminent danger to life or safety, hot pursuit of a fleeing suspect. Doesn't matter whether he is a felon or a misdemeanor. Hot pursuit is hot pursuit. In risk of evidence being destroyed. Those are the 4 cases in which officers can act immediately absent of a warrant. I simply want this language added to the ordinance because I don't want them to be under the assumption I'm chasing a violent felon, I got to stop and call the mayor. I don't want that to be part of their assumption. And if that's not what it is, I would like a clause right below the city ordinance definition that says not to include Fourth Amendment exceptions. That's an easy fix. You keep the definition, just add not to include Fourth Amendment exceptions. Easy fix.
Would you like the chair back?
Yeah, I want
or
the
you
chair back.
Okay. I
Okay,
relinquish
any
the chair.
questions? Okay, let's move on, Chief.
Okay.
This is me.
We're almost done.
Improperly collected data under Section 7, and this, Councilwoman Hersey, this goes directly to what you guys were talking about before.
Okay.
It creates uncertainty about whether data should be collected or used if later deemed non-compliant. Reason for concern, officers have to act quickly. Why the change is needed. Without clarity, evidence may not be collected to begin with. Cases may be weakened, public safety is impacted. So what do we recommend? There was a lot of discussion about this. I think this proposed language alleviates some of that and is in line with what you guys were talking about. Data and evidence collected in good faith during lawful investigative activity shall be preserved and subject to compliance review after collection. And then this is the important part, which Mary Alice, I believe you hit on before. Nothing in this section shall be interpreted to discourage or prevent the collection of evidence in situations where officers are acting within the scope of their duties. That language and clarification is a happy medium between all of those things, and it doesn't prevent the officers from doing their jobs. Any questions about
Any
that?
questions? Okay.
Oversight versus operational exposure, Section 8, Attachment A, Section C, the use report under 1, Roman numeral 1. Current ordinance, broad access to records without clear protection of sensitive information. The reason for this concern, risk of exposing investigative tactics, confidential sources, infrastructure vulnerabilities, active investigations. Why change is needed? Uncontrolled disclosure can compromise cases, endanger officers and informant, and reduce effectiveness in future investigations. So what is our fixed or proposed language recommendation? Notwithstanding the above, records provided under this section may be redacted to protect sensitive surveillance technology information. Sensitive surveillance technology information means any information about surveillance technology of which public disclosure would unreasonably expose or endanger city infrastructure, adversely impact city operations, or otherwise not legally subject to disclosure. Where did we get this? Madison, Wisconsin Surveillance Ordinance. The purpose of this, specifically under Section C, use report I, is it says we have to describe the technology and what it's used for. Now, in most cases, that's not going to be an issue. In some cases, it absolutely will be an issue. It goes in the face of logic when we're out here, when our officers are out there trying to do their job. I've personally worked undercover and used that type of surveillance equipment to purchase drugs, to be involved in all different types of investigations. I've also been part of the Internet Crimes Against Children's Task Force, where we use technology that is ever-changing, that is out there, and if we start advertising what we're using and the type of technology that we have, we're giving criminals the upper hand to potentially supersede that, to get it, circumvent it, to get around it. And that's something that we can't do. So there is need, when we're talking about especially surveillance, cameras and equipment, we don't want to endanger our officers or our informants by describing that specifically, what type of camera systems we have that are designed to be surreptitious. They're designed to record without knowing they're recording. Now, are we following the law? Absolutely we are. We're following the law as it stands, but we're using those types of surveillance technologies to acquire evidence. And it's the same way that we're doing to acquire people that are producing child pornography, that are involved in hands-on activities involving minors. It's all kinds of things. We would absolutely not want to put that data out there and show them. And those in academia, I mean, think about it like this. If you're using a specific tool to see if your students are plagiarizing something, if you highlight that tool, there's technology out there. People are smart. They're going to look at ways that they can circumvent that. So we just don't want to put that out on Front Street that would compromise investigations or safety of informants or officers.
Any questions for? Okay, moving on.
All right, you guys seen this before, so I'm going to go through it rather quickly. Deputy Chief Mikulik presented it to you the last time he spoke, but it has not been adopted. So surveillance and surveillance technology, definition attachment A, current ordinance. The current definition is broad enough to encompass nearly any act of observation or analysis, including state and federally regulated systems such as LEADS and NCIC, court-authorized investigative tools, and open source research. Every comparable framework nationally, including ACLU's CCOPS model, distinguishing surveillance by automated, persistent, or large-scale characteristics. Our proposed language builds that threshold into the definition itself. Leaving it as written multiplies compliance costs and creates redundancy and legal complications for the city. Proposed definition: surveillance means the systematic, automated, or programmatic observation, monitoring, or analysis of the movements, behavior, or actions of identified individuals conducted over time or at scale. Surveillance technology means any device, hardware, software, or system that is designed, configured, or deployed to enable automated, persistent, programmatic surveillance, including the collection, capture, recording, retention, processing, interception, analysis, monitoring, or sharing of audio, visual, digital, location, biometric, or similar information about identifiable individuals or groups, where such use involves monitoring over time, across individuals, databases, or tracking or proliferation or profiling capacity. Basically, what that says in a nutshell, the way it's written right now, it can create a digital dragnet that never sleeps. Okay, the way the definitions are written right now, it can create a digital dragnet that never sleeps. Our proposed definition simply says we want to be able to control when we press on, when we press off. We want to be narrow in scope. We have reasonable suspicion to conduct surveillance or conduct an investigation. We don't want it to be overly broad, where we impact folk that isn't part of an investigation, or we have no reasonable suspicion to monitor them. So the city's definition is too broad. There should be some guardrails to control how we go about conducting investigations as well as surveillance. Lastly, and I'll just summarize this by saying in summary, core structural issues, oversight versus operational. Oversight versus operational. My role as chief of police is the how, execution and tactics. That's my scope. From my experience and what I understand, city council scope is money and policy. Money and policy. My role is the how, tactics and execution. Questions?
Anybody have any questions?
Wow.
Okie dokie.
Great.
7
Thank you,
minutes.
guys.
Are we done? I guess we're done. Okay, not having anything, council input and communications. Do we want to skip that tonight? Go ahead, Mary Alice.
All right, I'm not going to belabor the fact. I am very open to exploring adaptive reuse of the Civic Center, and I think one thing to keep in mind is we don't necessarily have to have the exact same functionality, and also we don't have to have the exact same building. So I do think it is worthwhile to have a conversation about that, and also the costs that would require us, if we did demolish it, what would those costs be, and taking those into consideration. So that's it.
Anybody else? Verdell.
Just to piggyback off on that, I also appreciate using our university U of I students to help come up with ideas. I think that's a genius idea to have bright young minds come up with alternative ways to move forward. So thank you, guys.
James.
I do want to thank the public that came out tonight to share their lived experiences and show support for our mayor and the programs he's trying to initiate.
Chris.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to apologize to the mayor and the public for last week's dust-up over the proposed police substation. It was wrong of me to equalize stuff that happened in my family over 40 years ago with the current problems the black community is facing today with this confounding gun violence. In no way are the situations the same. I want to thank the mayor for continuing to rally the community, and I look forward to working with him to build a peaceful and prosperous Urbana as per his vision. Thanks for letting me speak.
Is that it? Okay, we have no more business and we are adjourned.
Guys.